All right, good evening, Sim fans. Welcome to the stream and a great, wonderful Saturday night. Don't forget to set your clocks forward 1 hour spring ahead, right? We lose an hour of sleep, and I'm no big fan of that, but I am a big fan of gaining an hour of daylight. So, you know, 1 extra hour of daylight at the end of the day will be nice, but don't forget to set your clocks forward. Welcome. Appreciate you being here with me tonight, and I see a couple of you already on, so good evening. This will be a late night flight, and we are going to be flying, Sim fans, in the new Piper Arrow III from Just Flight. Been really waiting for this, been looking forward to this for quite some time, and it is good. There are a few things that I will note as we do the stream that I've noticed that I'm sure they're going to improve upon. It's not perfect. Let's just get that out of the way right away. It is certainly not perfect, but you know what aircraft is, right, Sim fans? I mean, when it comes out, what aircraft is perfect? You know, it will be updated by Just Flight, but we'll detail out some of the things that are good, some of the things that aren't so great, that will be improved with it. But I have actually flown the Piper Arrow in real life. I actually learned and got my PPL on a Piper Warrior, not an Arrow, but a Warrior. But it's basically the same thing, except the Arrow has a higher performance engine, as you all know, and has retractable landing gear and, of course, the variable pitch propeller. So, but I can attest to the real life, to the simulated version of what is great and what isn't necessarily as realistic, but I'm sure, again, it'll continue to be improved upon. And that's what I want to do. I want to give reviews that are honest and forward. It is $45. You can pick it up right now from Just Flight site. I do think it's worth, well, I'm not going to say that yet. I haven't flown it enough to say it's worth the $45. So I still am working with it and flying with it. We'll do it together today. This evening we'll fly it together and see, get a little more experience with it as well. So as you can see, it's got the tie downs already set. It's got chocks on. But let's go ahead and jump on in. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. All right, we're going to jump on into this aircraft. We're going to do a start now. Of course, we have, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Honeycomb cam on, so you can see the configuration. So I did set the configuration right away. So we've got our single complex general aviation configuration here with our Bravo Flight Quadrant. So that will be good for today, so we can make sure that this all works all great. We see we can have the indicator lights on here, and we will see those go out as we get this bird started. All right. So first thing you want to probably see is that it's got an electronic, get that turned off there. So it's got a electronic flight bag, an EFB, if you will. Here where you can set the different options. So notice the green is what's turned on. So we got the chocks and the tie downs on. If we wanted to turn the tow bar on, we can do that. We'll take a look at it, what that looks like. So you can see it is in fact on right there. Go back into the cockpit. Cabin door. And you know, you can actually manipulate the cabin door. We can unlatch it there. I like the fact that it has this top latch, because that's the same as a Piper Warrior that I learned to fly on. And of course it doesn't just open automatically when you do that. You got to hit the door handle, and there we go. We actually, Sim fans, we have a door finally on an aircraft that we can open. Wow, who would have thunk, right? I mean, talk about advancements in technology. We have a door that actually opens. But in real life, yeah, you do. You close that handle, and it's just the same on the Warrior. You latch that, and actually, notice when I latch that just comes in a little bit tighter there, as you can see, and it seals that door. And you want to make sure that that, of course, is latched at the top, Sim fans. Real quick story, when I did one of my, before I had my PPL, I did one of my flights, and I forgot to actually latch that top latch, and I kid you not, the door actually opened up while I was in flight in the pattern. And so I learned very quickly to make sure that I would get that top latch latched, because it did open even with that latch down. It was kind of scary, to be honest with you, because I wasn't that seasoned. I hadn't even had my PPL yet. I was soloing. And I forgot to do that, and I was quite surprised when that door flew open. Of course, with all the wind coming back from the prop wash and even just flying, it wasn't like the door was flying wide open. It just came ajar. And boy, that sort of thing does get your attention, though, SimFans. I'm telling you that right now. So we got that. Let's take a look here on the other EFB options on the Just Flight Piper Warrior 3 that we've been waiting for. It's finally here. Auto fuel selector. So this is the same as the Warrior. So if you go down here, you've got the fuel selector, and we can go, it's got off right here. We're on the, let me see if I can't maneuver our view so we can see that a little bit better. So we're right now, fans, on the right tank. We hit that. We're on the left tank. Of course, we hit that again. Fuel is turned off. Usually you'll start on the left tank. We're all fueled up, ready to go for this flight. As you can see, we got about a half tank of fuel. The flight isn't that long, so we are good to go. But make sure, SimFans, when you're ready to go, that you have that turned on. I think for realism, we are going to go ahead and turn the auto selector off. So we're going to have to remember to flip that. So if we run out of fuel, chat me and say, SimFanatic, I think you forgot to switch to the right fuel tank, if you wouldn't mind. If you would be so kind, because I have forgotten that before. It's like, wait, the engine's... Oh, yeah, got to switch the tank. So it's not a auto cross-feed fuel tank at all in this kind of aircraft, so you do have to remember to switch that. And usually what you do in real life is you flip that back and forth. Usually go for like a half hour, and you flip it, and then you go for an hour, and you flip it, you go from left to right to left to right, and you balance it. Otherwise, when you're coming for a landing, when you're finally done with your flight, you don't want to be heavy on one side, because it just makes for a little trickier landing, if you will, to compensate for that weight. So we got our fuel on the left. Pretty straightforward, and lighten this bird up. One thing I'm going to start with, though, SimFans, is the Bravo throttle quadrant and the Alpha throttle quadrant. I'm kind of surprised, and I'm sure that Just Flight will patch this, but it's a little interesting that out of the box, it doesn't work with the Alpha Flight Controls switches. And even though these are mapped and they're pretty universal, like the Coronado, I have the aircraft, they work just fine with these switches. So I'm turning my landing light on and off, and as you can see here, let me put the mixture down. The landing light, and you can hear me flipping this switch. I know you can't see the Alpha Flight Controls, but I'm flipping the landing light switch. So right now I should be seeing this button going up and down. Now I should be able to map that separately, but it's interesting that it isn't working out of the box. We don't have really a taxi light, but even the nav light, like this is in the real aircraft too. You maneuver this dial here to turn your nav lights on and brighten them up. That doesn't work with the light. Neither does the strobe. So the strobe light also does not work. And that, of course, would be the anti-collision here. So I'm a little disappointed in that. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but the fact that it doesn't work out of the box is a little bit of an annoyance, if you will, because it just seems like, you pay $45 for this plane, and as detailed and crafted as it is, you would think that out of the box it would work with the default controls for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Of course, that could be like that is a pretty minor complaint, but again, my channel is to give you the honest truth of what is good and what isn't so good. And again, I'm sure that Just Flight will fix that. It's not a huge deal. Not a big deal to remap them in the Alpha Flight Controls or just hit the switches here in the 3D cockpit, but it is, to me, it kind of seems like an oversight. But in terms of the actual flight model, there's some very, very good things about this aircraft, as we'll see as we take off and we fly to Big Bear. Of course, we're at Las Vegas, McCarran International, the beautiful payware scenery from FlyTampa. The flight model is pretty good. I think there are some things that could actually be improved on the flight model as well, if I'm being honest. Again, I've flown the real aircraft, and it is, I would say for sure, it's better than the default aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator, of course. As you should expect, you pay that kind of money. Sounds are brilliant, are magnificent. The sounds are great. But we'll talk a little bit more about the flight model and some things that are really good about it, some things that probably will be improved by Just Flight, I imagine, that as we're flying, we'll get this bird up in the air and we'll start talking about that. But anyway, I know that many of you probably are interested in this aircraft, so I do want to highlight some of the things that I found. Now, again, to be honest, I haven't flown it a lot within the sim. I've flown it in real life. I haven't flown it a lot within the sim, so I'm going to learn some more with you as we fly it today, SimFans. Okay, so let's get this started. So first things we're going to do is, well, we got our fuel selector set, so that's good. Now, the battery, that at least works. So that does, but see, notice now this is the other thing I noticed. It's kind of a nuance. I turn the battery off. You notice the switch isn't flipping up and down. Let me go here. So I turn the battery on my Alpha Flight Controls, and it doesn't go up. So I'm just going to manually hit it. But be aware of that, SimFans, because you notice if I hit this up and down, the battery, even though the sound comes on and you can hear the gyroscope, that's the sound of that thing spinning. It's coming up. Hopefully you can hear that. That's the gyroscope. So that actually starts the sound, but it isn't really truly started. And that's the same with the alternator too. Again, I would suspect that Just Flight, for those of you that have the Alpha Flight Control, I don't know. Maybe it does it on some of the CH products and SciTech as well. I don't know. Chat if it does. But it is something to definitely be aware of, because if you go in here, I did this the first time I got it. I turned the battery on, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? I can't retract my gear. My gear wouldn't actually retract, and it was for the fact that my battery actually wasn't registered as being on, so kind of weird. So we're going to go ahead and put our prop to full. We, of course, want to do our mixture to full. Check it out on the Honeycomb Bravo quadrant. We got to watch that, right? I've got a cam just for all of you to be able to see this throttle in action. And of course we'll turn on the fuel pump. So here that's going. We got some fuel pressure there. We're gonna go ahead and open this window and yell clear. Just make sure everybody's out of the way. There's nobody around our aircraft. Okay, so we're ready to go and ignite this. Now the one thing is the magneto switch does work. We got that started up. Beautiful. Listen to that sound, though, fans. Oh, yeah. Oh, we probably should take those off, huh? Gotta remove our chocks. So we'll just go up here. We'll take off our chocks, our tie downs, and tow bar. So now we should be good to go. There we go. How about this rocking back and forth? Notice the wings? That's something that I thought was cool. Even in the trailer that Just Flight released, is the fact that you've got your aircraft kind of rocking back and forth as that airflow from the engine washes over the airframe, and that is a pretty neat thing. So something to point out. But as you can tell, the sounds are really good. Gotta love the sounds, and in real life, that's pretty much how it sounds, SimFans. That does sound like the Piper Arrow. I'm telling you. All right. So we got that set up. We'll go ahead and close this window. We'll make sure we get that latched. But yeah, it sounds really good. And we can turn that fuel pump back off. Got the fuel pump off. Okay, so again, I can turn on landing lights, they don't work. I can turn on nav lights, they don't work. I can turn on strobes on my Alpha. Again, on my Alpha Flight Controls, they don't work. They do work if you do the switch. So for now, until I either map them to something else, honestly, I don't even know if you can remap them yet. I assume you can, but these rocker switches between the Bravo Throttle Quadrant, like the parking brake, I normally, like with the Coronado and stuff, I have a rocker switch here, and it was going crazy. It was going on, off, on, off, on, off. So I got to play around a little bit more with it and see if I can. I suspect I could map these SimFans, but I am not 100% sure I can. So I will. I'm going to do a review of this aircraft later on. So watch for that. And I'm going to do a little more testing because, again, I just got this aircraft and I haven't had many flights. So we're going to learn together. The thing I want to do is, so I flipped the alternator switch up on my Alpha Flight Controls, didn't work, so I got to go here, turn it on there. Not a big deal, okay? I turn the, yeah, so if I turn on the avionics switches, nothing happens, but oh well. Okay. I'll quit complaining about that. I just expect for $45 that would have been tested and programmed in, but not a big deal. Not a big deal. All right, SimFans, so let's go ahead and get the weather. So we're going to go ahead and get the weather here real quick. want to go back. Let's go back. Sky conditions are clear. Temperature is 11 Fahrenheit. Dew point is 13. Altimeter 29.92. So perfect. ILS runway 26 right and ILS runway 26 left in use. Yeah, okay, well that's fine. We're actually going to take off a 1 because it's just closer. So if we go to our map, if we hit M here, got to hit this GPS tracking off and then on so that we can zoom in and out. But we're pretty close right here, SimFans, to 1 left. So we're just going to take off from 1 left. Is that all right? Are you all okay with that? Okay, we'll take off from 1 left. So when we leave our taxi position, we're going to take a right, and then we'll go to the airport. So we're going to taxi off to the right. And we're not going to use ATC. We're at signature right now, FBO. So let me double check and make sure my track IR is working. Okay, that's working. Look at that, SimFans. Right over there, I can see Mandalay Bay, right at beautiful Las Vegas with FlyTampa. All right. Of course, we want to get our power set full. And before we take off, we definitely want to make sure we get our course set, and that does work. So what I found is the Bravo Throttle Quadrant actually does work. The switches and that, except for the funky thing that happened with the rocker switch that I mentioned before. So our desired track, SimFans, is right here at 205. We've got just slightly under 137 nautical miles to fly to Big Bear, California. So what we're going to do is we're going to set our course to 137. So we're just going to go over here to our Bravo Throttle Quadrant. Of course, we've got the beautiful Honeycomb cam on it right now. So we're going to set our mode selector to course. And then our dial over here, we can, of course, then now get this set to approximately 137. One of the things within Microsoft Flight Simulator, though, is this going to go by 10 degrees. Each click of the dial goes 10 degrees. And, of course, we've got an odd number. We got 137. So I'm going to go just beyond that and click and hold and then approximate. Get it approximate. It doesn't have to be exactly perfect. The other thing, SimFans, you want to make sure you do is the CDI. You want to change this from your localizer. When you're flying GPS, you want to make sure that that says GPS. Now notice when I do that, that course line flips a little bit to the left, meaning we're just to the right of the course line. So when we get up in the air, we want to get that right centered with that arrow. That does work. A Coronado aircraft that I've been flying many times, a PA-44, sometimes that doesn't work. I think we just saw a plane go by, saw a shadow anyway. So we got our course mode selected. Oh, one last thing, we want to hit, we want to make sure our heading is set to runway 1, because that's what we're taking off from. So we're going to do our mode selector to heading, and then we're just going to change that dial to 10 degrees, right? So let's take a look at where I set that right there. So that's that orange arrow there. So again, you can see I can manipulate that as well with my, it doesn't look like it's quite right though. Again, it does it in 10, so if you want to get it exact, you just click and hold and then get it right there. Okay, so we're set, so we know when we're going to take off, we're going the right direction, and definitely advise on that. Okay, so enough talking, let's get going. So now if I turn off, let's see if this will work, SimFans. So we've got our parking brake on. Where's the parking brake? It is right here, of course. And let's see if the rocker switch will work here. There we go. Yeah, see, it's not working. Now it is. All right, now we're. So there's let's not run into this Cessna. We're going to be spending a pretty penny if we do that. Yeah, there's some things. There's no doubt, fans. There are some things that Just Flight needs to address here with their aircraft. It is not by any means out of. I mean, it's just released, so we'll give them some time, but it is certainly not perfect. At least with the Honeycomb stuff. I would think that giving Honeycomb is a partner, I think they'd test most of the common input devices, like Honeycomb. For those of you that have a Honeycomb device that are lucky enough to have it, that or many of you I know are still waiting for it, or like the CH or SciTech, it's like, come on guys, aren't you testing this stuff? I really need to stop complaining because I do like the aircraft, but it's just kind of surprising when you spend $45, you would expect out of the box those things to just natively work. But oh well, you know what? I would rather have them focus on the flight model and the textures and the aircraft itself. So I'm going to go ahead and say that's fine. I'm sure they'll get it addressed in a update that will be coming to us hopefully soon. So, but just something for some of you to be aware of if you're looking at, you know, forking over that kind of money for this aircraft. I do like it though. I am not. I'm not going to knock it. It's the best so far. I think I will go as far as saying it's the best payware general aviation aircraft that we have so far. Certainly better than the Coronado, but I do like the Coronado as well. All right, so we're ready to take off. So I'm going to see. Let's see if this will work. SimFans. Let's check it again. If I don't know why, but sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. So I'm going to turn on. Okay, so there it works. It works right now. It's just kind of buggy. So my rocker switch worked with the parking brake. Okay, so we're going to get ready. Now, what do you always do when you start, when you do a general aviation aircraft? You always want to make sure the left magneto works and the right magneto works. And the way to do that is you throttle the thing up. You know, typically, you know, maybe 1,500, 2,000 RPMs, and then just you turn off the right, you turn off the left, and make sure you see a dip in the RPM. So we're going to do that. So let's go ahead, and we've got that on. We're going to, and you probably see this, and see how it's rocking back and forth a little bit. It's pretty cool, isn't it? It does that because in real life it does do that. Now I'm going to use my Alpha Flight Control, and I'm going to turn to left magneto. And that does work. So you notice, like, when you're doing a pre-flight, you see a little dip in that RPM. So you notice it went from basically 2,200 to about 2,100. And then you turn that both magnetos on, and we should see that RPM go back up to 2,200, which it did. And now I'm going to flip over to right magneto, and we should make sure that it dips down, and it does. So that is how SimFans you test and make sure that your magnetos are working, and that is true to real life, and it does work in here, so that's a good sign. Okay, now we're gonna have to turn on our navigation lights, and the way to do that is we go over here, and we're gonna have to do the little dial. So let me show you. We'll go outside, go out to the side. So notice we don't have our nav lights on, so we don't see the red and the green. Okay, so you go inside here and you turn that all the way on. Now we should see them, and we do. The green on the right wing and the red on the left. So those are now lit up. We will go ahead and turn on our landing light, and let's make sure that that's on, verified, and it is. And then of course we're going to turn on the beacon, which it should already have been on. I should have turned that on from the start. Got that on, and we've got the anti-collision. So now we should see our beacon. Now remember, they say true to life, and that looks pretty good. You know, one thing that drives me nuts is when, and this is the same in X-Plane, but I've seen it in Microsoft Flight Simulator, is when the navigation lights are absurdly bright or like overbearing, where it just looks so unrealistic. So I think Just Flight did a really good job in the navigation lights, not just like, you know, we're in the middle of the day with all the sun on. It's not like overpowering everything. So that's a good. Do like that about this aircraft and what they did there. One of the many things I like about this aircraft. Okay, let's take off, SimFans. We'll get started. And we get our prop all the way full. Now let's see if I turn my rocker switch off that I've mapped on the on the Bravo quadrant. Let's see if that'll turn off here. See, now it works. I don't get it. It's just buggy. All right, let's go, fans. Check off to the right. Make sure we don't have any aircraft on approach. Oh, beautiful Las Vegas and the Strip. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Gonna put in a little bit of trim. We're gonna put in a notch of flaps, and by the way, that does work just fine. And here we go. And at about 60 knots, we're going to start rotating, pulling that wheel back. Gear up as I did. I had the gear. Did you notice I had the gear lever up because I forgot to reset it? That was probably something I should have got on the checklist. So as soon as we took off, the gear started coming up, which you'd never want to have happen. Anybody notice that? My bad. Love it, love it, love it. That FlyTampa scenery from, or the Las Vegas scenery from FlyTampa fans, I would recommend it, especially if you have the hardware to run it. It's debatable if I have the hardware to run it. I've got a 1080 card. You can see it. It's okay. Put that notch of flaps in. Now, since we have our course line set, we know where we need to go, what direction we need to go. But I'm going to go ahead and fly over Las Vegas so you can see the scenery if you're interested. At the MGM Grand. Can you all hear me okay? Hopefully you can hear me all right. I've got, I could probably turn down the master volume on this. And of course we're using Track IR fans. That's how we can look around the aircraft. If you don't have that, I highly recommend it. I saw today that Captain Canada finally got it, which is great to see. I commented to him on that. He loves it. I've been using it for years, and I will tell you right now, there is no going back, SimFans. Once you do Track IR, and I like it better than VR, so don't waste your, I mean, I shouldn't say don't waste, but don't spend, you know, hundreds of dollars. My recommendation on VR, and some of you that have done it, more power to you. But I like the fact that I can manipulate my head around and look around the 3D cockpit. Bellagio down there, SimFans. And I can see all my flight controls that I've spent all kinds of money on. With the VR goggles, obviously, you wouldn't be able to see those. So we're just going to rock back this direction. But as you can see, beautiful Las Vegas Strip. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. That's the thing I like about the FlyTampa scenery. I'm going to take a little bit of throttle out here. That's what I love about the FlyTampa scenery is that, of course, as you would expect, you're going to get the scenery of the strip as well as the airport. Let's check out the airport here, SimFans. So I'm going to go to the right a little bit because I'm sure you want to see that if you haven't purchased it already. And we're going to check out the McCarran International Airport, which is gorgeous as well. By the way, for this flight, we're going to climb up to 12,500 feet. We're on a VFR, Visual Flight Rules flight. We are not doing instrument because we have a gorgeous day today on our flight. No clouds, perfect weather, so we can see the beautiful scenery within Microsoft Flight Simulator. As we can see, McCarran International in all of its glory. You know, I'm excited for when Microsoft will finally have the liveries of all the airlines, you know, across the globe. I know many of you are might be in Europe and other countries as well. So it'd be nice to be able to see liveries from all of our for all the airlines across the globe. And it's apparently coming. It sounds like from Asobo Studios that they are working on that, but I think it's more the licensing. I don't think it's so much the actual liveries. I'm sure it's that too. But you know, Asobo's got to have the licensing, or at least the approval, the okay, if you will, from all the airlines to do that. But look at that. There we go. Now we get a good look at McCarran International from 6,000 feet. And then, of course, the skyline of Las Vegas. Beautiful, beautiful. Just gotta love it. Of course, we're still hand flying this aircraft. All right, we're gonna pull a little bit more, pull some mixture out. We want to keep climbing because we're going to have some mountains to deal with here, but we're looking good here. Need to intercept our course line right there, right? So we need to bank to the right here, fans. Get ourselves situated back to our course line. but I definitely wanted to show you all that wonderful scenery by FlyTampa. I think it's $20 if I remember correctly. And you can finally get it through, well, you've been able to get it through the marketplace within the flight simulator for probably a few weeks now. When I purchased it directly from FlyTampa. We'll continue to climb. We're about at 7,000 feet. Let's take a look at this aircraft. I'll tell you right now, Just Flight has done a magnificent job on this aircraft. The PBR, the texture work, the interior, the exterior, all superb job on this aircraft for sure. See the light reflections off the wings there, just gorgeous. I think you can even see, like, we go close enough, you see the rivets there. So we've got even down to the rivets of the aircraft. The stabilator, that all looks good. I mean, even down underneath, we see some dirt and rust, maybe a little bit. Some texture work there. So yeah, they've done a magnificent job on this aircraft, for sure. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Bank to the right so we can intercept here. And I'll tell you, it does, I will say this, it does handle pretty much to the real life aircraft. And again, I have flown it. I have flown it in real life. But there are some things like side slip to a landing. I was testing that out. There's some work that needs to be done on that, to be honest. That doesn't quite work. It's not true to real life exactly. A side slip to a landing, of course, is when you're high and you want to lose a lot of airspeed and you're coming into a landing to bleed off some of that airspeed. Yeah, there was far too much aileron deflection and control that you could do with the opposite rudder. But I'm sure, you know, this is the initial release. I'm sure they'll work on that. I did do some stalls. I did some power on stalls, power off stalls, and those actually were pretty accurate, how it is in the real aircraft. Fairly close. And so I did like that. That was good. Yeah, the only thing I know, really the biggest complaint, I shouldn't say complaint, but the biggest critique of this aircraft in terms of what Just Flight should work on to improve would be, of course, the Alpha Flight Control and the Bravo Throttle Quadrant default switches, and working with the default mappings within Microsoft Flight Simulator. Again, not a big deal. You should be able to remap those. I still need to try that out when I do a full review. But so there's that, but the side slip to a landing, I don't know how many of you actually do that. It is a powerful tool in your flight tool bag, though. If you don't know how to do one, definitely do some Googling or YouTube searches to see how to do a side slip to a landing, because it works really, really well when you are too high, you're coming in for a landing, and you want to get yourself slowed down. But how about those sounds, SimFans? Sound is beautiful, isn't it? Got an aircraft off our left. Right about at 8 o'clock there. Still needing to intercept that course line. Let's go to map mode and kind of see where we are. Oh yeah, we are definitely a ways away from our course line, so I know it's kind of cheating, isn't it? I did get that set on the desired track. Desired track is 205. What did I do? I must have read that wrong, because we're on the desired track of 205. Well, that's easy enough to correct. Using our Bravo Throttle Quadrant, we're going to switch that to 205. It's like I couldn't be that far off. There we go. Now that looks better. Like that, there's no way we're that far off. Well, I didn't get my course set right on the dial there. Now we're good. All right, SimFans. Hey, happy Saturday evening. How do you all feel about losing an hour of sleep? And they do it at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Is that, I assume that's across the world. 2 o'clock is when that gets switched. So typically that happens when we're asleep, but we're missing an hour of sleep. And then of course the whole day on Sunday, you always like spend time trying to adjust your body and mind to the hour ahead. I think I'll take it though, because to have another hour of daylight in the evening, gotta love it. I do a lot of bicycling, got a road bike, done RAGBRAI a few times. I live in Iowa, and so I'll take the extra hour of daylight. I like to use that for when I go out and I'm conditioning to bike and that, so. Incredibly Meh, welcome, happy Saturday evening, thank you. Happy Saturday evening to you, sir. Thank you for joining us tonight. Incredibly Meh, love to have you with us. So as you can tell with this Arrow, when you start getting up higher and higher, it's a naturally aspirating engine, meaning it isn't, well, this one actually is turbocharged. But you know, you're gonna start decreasing in performance as you get higher and higher. I think the max altitude on this, of course, it's not cabin pressurized, so you wouldn't want to go above 15,000 anyway, SimFans. But that is the ceiling service level for this aircraft, 15,000 feet. Good evening, Charles Johnston. Thank you for joining the stream. Welcome, welcome, SimFan. Welcome. Appreciate you joining us tonight. Good evening to you, sir. Happy to have you with us. Thank you for joining on this wonderful Saturday evening. Gotta love Saturday nights. I think my favorite night of the week is Friday night, because I know some of you, probably many of you, work over the weekend as well. But I am one of those fortunate souls that has works Monday through Friday, and it's always that, oh, Friday night, I've got the whole weekend to chill. So Saturday night for me is the second best. Sunday night's the most depressing. it's like, I do love my job, I must say, but I'd rather do this with all of you, bar none. I'd rather be flying with all of you SimFans out there. Let's check our map, and so we're getting closer to that magenta course line. I know I'm cheating a little bit, but you know, you've got a GPS here. By the way, you have a selection on this, so you can turn the GPS on and off. So notice I've got the GNS 430 GPS, and it is enabled right now. So if you disable that, you just have your localizer, and so you just have your steam gauges, if you will, to like your ADF and other things like that to follow. Well, your ADF's over here, I guess, but yeah, it's nice that you do have the GPS option for this aircraft. So as you can see, you see that mountain ahead? Of course, we're going to be turning back to the left, so we're not going to go over that, but we do still need to gain altitude, SimFans, obviously, to make sure that we have safe passage over those mountains, because, yeah, we just need it. So we got about another 3,000 feet to climb, honestly. So pull some mixture out. And by the way, one of the things that you can do when you're looking at you know, how much mixture do you add or pull? So if you look at this fuel, so what I do is I kind of go pull that mixture out until I see that fuel. Let me point out what I'm looking at. This fuel dial right here. So now if I put it all the way, I'm burning a lot of fuel. So I just pull that down until it like basically stops. And when it stops, I know I'm at a pretty good setting for what I need to burn for my mixture. By the way, SimFans, if you can help me, you're my co-pilots tonight. If you can help me make sure I don't forget to switch my fuel selector, I'll make sure we get there safely and not crash. We don't run out of fuel. Charles Johnson says, when I was working, I had Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night off, back to work on Sunday. Yeah, it's, you know, we've all got like these different schedules for working. So one man's Monday is another man's Friday, maybe, right? Yeah, Charles, it's well, at least you got the evenings off, but yeah, that's Sunday. Back to work on Sunday. So your Saturday night, essentially, is what you're saying was your Sunday night, right? Yep, I hear you, buddy. By the way, can you guys let me know in chat if you can hear me okay? I usually have the flight simulator program at about 30% volume. I did it at 100% because I wanted to make sure that all of you, I know many of you probably were interested in this aircraft joining me tonight. I wanted to make sure that you could all hear all the sounds of the aircraft, including the air noise with the air rushing over the aircraft, the engines, of course, and everything internal. So let me know if you can hear me all right, or if I should turn the volume down in the simulator. Please do. Appreciate it. So some of you checked out, I did a flight in X-Plane. I haven't flown X-Plane for the longest time, SimFans, for the longest time. I mean, like, I probably, honestly, flown it like once or twice since Microsoft Flight Simulator came out. I mean, in terms of a full IFR flight, I've flown it more than that, doing some IFR stuff in general aviation and that, but not like the commercial flight. So I took it for a spin Thursday night in X-Plane doing the Zibo 737. I did a full overview. Probably took too long, but I did a full overview of programming the FMC in the Zibo and starting it up from cold and dark. So if you're interested in that, check it out. I did save that stream, and I did put a link to the location where that starts. For those of you that are X-Plane, and I know many of you are, fly an X-Plane like I do. But yeah, I had so much I had to update in that, SimFans. I had a ton to update in that. I had the air nav data to make sure my approaches and departure plate charts were right, making sure the FMC was up to date, that database. I probably spent like honestly, I spent like 2 to maybe even 3 hours just getting everything up to date. The scenery packages up to date. Whew, I'm telling you. Like, boy, and I was rusty. There's something to be said about staying proficient. I had not stayed proficient, but it was good to do. It was fun. Oh, thank you, Charles. Thank you. Sound very good and balanced with the sound of the plane. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you for letting me know. By the way, if you haven't already, SimFans, please smash the thumbs up button if you like this. Do appreciate that. Lets me know that you're enjoying what I'm doing here. As well as subscribe if you haven't already. I do appreciate that. Trying to build the channel with all of you. It is a channel for SimFans with a focus on Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I do MSFS, I do X-Plane, I even do iRacing and some of the racing stuff, and even American Truck Simulator. How about Incredibly Mad when we were when we were playing Call of Duty the other night, and one of the players were flying. I said, hey, I jumped on Call of Duty just to be with the gang on there instead of doing American Truck Simulator. And one of your buddies said, there's people that'll actually watch that. I go, well, heck yeah. We're SimFans. We love everything simming, or at least most of us do. Doesn't have to all be action, does it? This is action. It's just a different type of action. I'm not shooting somebody's head off. I really do like the fact that they did a good job on the beacon, and I mean, that I am impressed with, like, the nav lights, because they are not in even the strobes. How many of you remember seeing, like, the big starbursts that are just ridiculous? You're like, look at the nav light, and it's like you can barely see the tip of the wing because it's like covered with a red light or a green light, or the beacon flashes and it's got these big starbursts that are just obnoxious in the middle of the day. Is quite annoying, but I have to say that Just Flight did come through on the lighting system like they said they were going to do. 11,000 feet, 1,500 feet to go, and we'll enable our autopilot, SimFans, using our Bravo Throttle Quadrant. And notice we are really kind of leveling off. We're going to trim a little bit so we can continue to gain altitude for that last 1,500 feet for our cruising altitude for this flight, SimFans. Yeah, we're almost at our course line, and again, I'm going to cheat with the map. You know what? Don't be afraid. It's not cheating. It's using your resources, as every pilot should do. Use your resources. We've talked about that, haven't we? If I got the resource, I wish I had that in real life. Actually, I do. I've got a GPS handheld one that just basically mounts to a yoke. I don't have my own plane yet. Probably do that when I retire. But it's... got to learn on the old method of pilotage, right? And dead reckoning. But I'll tell you, this technology today, SimFans, within the simulator in real life, it is nice to have. Right, incredibly, man. He's a punk. He's a fun guy, though, isn't he? Was that Potato? Do I have that right? His gamer tag was Potato or Potato Man or something like that. Knocking on American Truck Simulator. Who knocks on American Truck Simulator? Don't knock it until you try it. It's fun. By the way, for those of you that are interested, again, this is a channel for all things simming. American Truck Simulator announced that they're doing Texas. Talk about a state that you're going to have to do a lot with. Second largest state in the United States. That's going to be quite the project, and I know they're working on Wyoming right now, so that looks like it'll be pretty neat. When I was a kid, I always wanted to be a truck driver when I grew up. Instead, I got my pilot's license and recreational. I don't do it professionally. But I would rather do that than drive a truck. I think driving a semi would be pretty cool. All right, look at this, SimFans. We are intercepting our magenta course line, and as you can see, our yellow line is kind of matching up. We're getting close to matching up with our course line, so we're going to be taking a left here shortly, and we are going to see if the auto pilot works well with this aircraft with the Bravo Throttle Quadrant. I know many of you have ordered them. Did you see the announcement from Honeycomb? They apologized for those of you that are still waiting on your product. Like many companies, we're going to turn here, we're going to bank, hand fly this thing. Like many companies during this pandemic, the supply chain has really caused them to slow down on their production lines for those. So, but they did say they're ramping back up, so if you're waiting for your throttle or your Alpha Flight Control or soon to be Charlie pedals, we haven't been able to order those yet. They're coming. It sounds like they're coming. They're working on that. They also are eating some of the costs. They've got shipping is another problem right now, right? Those of you that have had orders in FedEx, they're still dealing with delays because of the pandemic. But they talked about they're going to eat, I think it was like 30% of the cost, and they're also trying to ship a lot of the units. My Bravo Throttle Quadrant came out of Hong Kong, and so they actually touched on that as well, that they're going to eat some of the costs of shipping these units because that's gone up in price. But Honeycomb, it sounds like they're going to eat, if not all of it, part of it. So I really love what they're doing. They have really good quality products. I do have the Thrustmaster TPR pedals, which I will not be trading up for the Charlie pedals. I'm hoping that it's doubtful. I'm sure I won't get a set to compare, but I've done a lot of linking off of Honeycomb site to my channel because I've done a lot of reviews, as some of you might have seen, of the Honeycomb Alpha and Bravo. And I'm hoping that if I can get somehow lucky, and maybe all of you can help me out here, and I can do a review of them. I'm sure other YouTube streamers will do it, but maybe get a set to try on. I might just order them and buy them so I can do a review and do the comparison between the TPR and those, and then just after I'm done reviewing them, selling them to one of you. for the price of the pedals. And I'm guessing they probably come at $250. So maybe I'll give a little bit of a discount to one of my followers on the channel. So I'm going to watch for that and hopefully be able to pre-order. I pre-ordered both the Alpha and the Bravo, but I'm not going to keep them because I can't see them being better than the Alpha, the Thrustmaster TPR pedals. The Thrustmasters are all steel, aluminum. I have to imagine the Charlie pedals will be good. They'll probably be the best value you can get because the TPR pedals are expensive, but I doubt they're going to be all metal. So I don't think I'm going to be trading up, and I certainly don't need to take them away from somebody else that could use them. But I do want to get a set so that I can do a product comparison for all of you, because that's what I do on this channel. I do hardware reviews, software reviews, entertainment, and live streams like we're doing tonight. But I do want to do a comparison. I've been using the TPRs for quite some time, so I think probably some of you might be interested in the comparison. So if I do get a set, and I will sell them to one of my followers on the channel. I will make that announcement right now. Might have to do a drawing or something, because I'm sure many will be, if I can get them. I don't know, maybe I won't even get them. I was lucky enough to get the pre-order for the Alpha and the Bravo. Maybe I won't be able to get the Charlie, but I'm going to try. Oh, this is beautiful though, isn't it? We're getting close. Notice we really kind of stalled out in getting our 12,500 feet, but we're almost there. We're almost there. And how far do we have? We have 106 miles. 1 hour and 3 minutes to Big Bear. By the way, I have never landed at Big Bear. I was going to do a practice run before this stream. Didn't have time. Yeah, our daughter had a lead in a play, so that was yesterday and today. So I didn't even know if I was going to be streaming tonight, SimFans. The in-laws were up. It was good to see them. Because of the COVID, they were only allowing 3 family members per child that was in the play. And yeah, she did a good job. I'm really happy with her. I'm proud of her. She did a good job. But anyway, so that was today. So I wasn't even sure. I had one of you, Aces Down, who's been following pretty much religiously, asked if I was going to be streaming today, and I was like, I don't know. It depends how things go today, but it worked out. So again, thank you all for joining me tonight. I do appreciate it. See, we got 7 of you on. I really, really appreciate you joining me tonight. Once we get the autopilot enabled, we'll talk a little bit more about this aircraft from Just Flight. We got about, what, 250, no, about 150. My math is bad tonight, SimFans. 150 feet to go, and then we can get a little off course here, aren't I? Oh, Incredibly Mad was oh, okay, Potato is a different guy. Okay, my bad. If you haven't checked out Incredibly Mez channel, I do have it linked on my channel. Check it out if you like Call of Duty. Good buddy of mine. I've known him for years. He's actually helped me get started with streaming and that, and he's got a really good channel there, really professionally done. And if you're into that sort of thing, FPS shooters, do check him out. All right, 100 feet yet to go. Money, how you doing, buddy? Welcome back to the channel. We are flying to Big Bear, California. So we've got about an hour left, Money. We took off from FlyTampa scenery of Las Vegas, a beautiful scenery by FlyTampa. And we are making our way. We're right at about cruising altitude. We've got everybody loaded up on this aircraft, so we're probably at max gross weight. But hey, if we need to throw a few people on top, we'll give him a windbreaker, and we'll be happy to have him join here. But yeah, we got about an hour left. Good to see you too, Money. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate you joining tonight. Well, let's zoom out a little bit from this VFR map here and see. So yeah, we got it. It's not a long flight. Pretty short flight for this late night stream, fans. That way you have plenty of time to hop into your aircrafts and do some flying or catch some Z's. Prepare for that hour spring forward, right? Daylight savings time. All right, so we're at 12,500 feet. So let's see if this works, SimFans. We're going to hit. So here's the switch, because again, some of these switches don't work out of the box with the Bravo Throttle Quadrant or the Alpha Flight Controls. I think this one does, though. If we hit, that one does. So notice it flipped on. Notice on our beautiful Honeycomb, I'm going to keep saying that, beautiful Honeycomb camera, we've got our light here indicating autopilot is engaged. We don't have nav on, so we're going to turn nav on. So now we have navigation on. I heard it click, and we're banking, which is probably a good sign. Maybe. Yeah, it looks like we're heading in the right direction. Plenty of fuel. So you notice we got our nav indicator here on the Honeycomb cam. So the Bravo is indicating we are on nav. And we want to hit altitude too, right? So we're going to hit altitude. And there's altitude. Now we should not see this deviate at all. So we're right at 12,500. We've a little bit over now. It's ballooned up a little bit. Let's keep an eye on that. Because as soon as I turn altitude selector on, it ballooned up a little. Now it looks, I don't know, is it stabilizing? We'll watch that, SimFans. Let's keep an eye on that. We probably should pull out some of, let's see what happens. We pull out some of the pitch on the propeller here. So we probably don't need it that high of RPMs. A little speed there, but you know, we don't need it. Probably about 2,500 is usually a good probably for this height though, probably could be less than that, right? Yes, Money, I hate losing an hour. Me too, buddy. Alright, well, let's see what we're doing here. Alright, well, as we can see, okay. So for those of you that are looking to get a Bravo Throttle Quadrant, it looks like the autopilot system works in the Bravo. I think most of the switches work on the Bravo. Just can't figure out why on this aircraft the Alpha, you know, the beacon light doesn't work, the landing light, the switch out of the box again. You can probably program these. I just need to take the time to do it. I haven't done that yet. I will be doing a full review of this aircraft. Landing light doesn't work. Taxi light doesn't work. There's not really a taxi light. Nav lights don't work and strobes don't work. The battery and alternator switches, rocker switches, those don't work either. They sound like they work, but keep that in mind when you get this if you have the Alpha Flight controls, because they actually don't work. The sound comes on, but the actual function doesn't. Charles, have you flown the Carenado version of this plane? I have not, Charles. I do have a couple of the Carenado aircraft. I've got the PA-44 Piper Seminole, as well as the M20R Ovation aircraft. It looks like a Bonanza. I have those two from Carenado. I do not have the Carenado of this. I did see it come out. It looked like Carenado beat Just Flight to the punch on this airplane. I actually got really excited because I've been waiting for the Just Flight version, and I saw the Carenado version in Marketplace. I'm like, oh, sweet, I got to tell everybody it's out. Then I look closer, like, wait a minute, that's Carenado. So I have not, Charles. Have you heard anything about it? I kind of wonder how it would compare to this. I assume it's not going to be as deep or in-depth as this aircraft is, but that is a total assumption. It might be It might be great. I've had mixed feelings on the Coronado in X-Plane. Some of the aircraft were decent. Some of them seemed like just a money grab to get out as fast as they could. And there was can't remember the company that was actually they basically split, and they were doing development together, and they split. And I can't remember the developers or the people that went off on their own apart from Coronado. But yeah, you know, I do like the Coronado aircraft so far. At least I didn't get the 182. Some I think have the 182. I don't have the Cessna 182 from Coronado that's available in the marketplace. But I do have the PA-44 and the M20R Ovation, and I think they're pretty good. They look beautiful. They're gorgeous. As Coronado has always done, they've done gorgeous airplanes. But their flight model and stuff is a little lacking. But I think I really love their Piper Seminole. Their Piper Seminole's awesome, and actually their side slip to a landing model is really good. I think Just Flight has a little work to do on this one for that. But other like the stall on this aircraft, I've done stalls, not in the Piper Arrow. I've flown the Piper Arrow again in real life, but I've done. I learned on the Piper Warrior, the PA-151. And so I did the power on and power off stalls on this just to see how close to real life it seemed. And I'll tell you what, this Just Flight version is pretty good in terms of what the aircraft actually does in terms of power on and power off and how it pitches. And I'll tell you what, the Piper aircraft are hard to stall. They are so stable. When I was doing my real-life flight training and having to run through power on and power off stalls, it's like you have the yoke all the way back, and you'd be doing everything. The horn would be going nuts and trying to get the thing to stall. They are just naturally stable airplanes. Charles, you say some reviews that I saw said that it is not as good as this version. Okay, yeah, and I would kind of suspect that would be the case. That's why I held off, but appreciate that. And money, I can't believe Microsoft has the nerve to charge $40 for a F-15 fighter airplane. Yeah, I saw that too, money. Yeah, you know, I actually in my weekly top 5 announcements for Microsoft Flight Sim that I've been putting out every Sunday. You know, I highlighted the F-15 one, and it looks pretty good, but I think that's a different one, right? Than the one in the marketplace, money. Is that right? There's one in the marketplace for $15. So I think the one that I reviewed was $30 or maybe even 35. I think anyone that's a serious, like either they want to do fighters or you know, or the World War II aircraft, they're going to go in DCS, Digital Combat Simulator. If you're going to fly those, because those are truly study level. And they are magnificent, gorgeous, and of course they have the whole weapon system and the damage models and everything from missiles to cannons and everything. But there is something to be said about buying them for Microsoft Flight Simulator, though, for the good ones. I'm not saying the $15 one in the marketplace that you're referring to, money, but charge $40 for it. No, you said charge $40. Well, maybe that is the same one. Yeah, I can't say, money. I don't want to say that it's good or bad because I haven't tried it. It looks good, but I don't want to say that it's bad because it might be good. You know, the one thing about it, money, is that you know, for those that like the fighters and stuff, to be able to fly them in the real world, sim world, with all the satellite imagery and that Microsoft has done, or Asobo's done rather. It might be worth it for some of them, and that's the beauty of it. It's optional, right? Money says, "What a cash grab! They're the worst than Fortnite with kids." Yeah, well, you know, there's something to be said about that for sure. You know, we're going to see a lot of stuff coming out in the marketplace, and I don't know it's necessarily Microsoft. I mean, Microsoft is going to charge to have them in the marketplace. You're right; they definitely will, but. You know, there's something to be said. You know, some people are like, you got to be careful on the scenery too, because there's some scenery that's in the marketplace that I would definitely not buy. But there's something like FlyTampa that we're flying tonight that I definitely would buy. So yeah. How does the old saying go? Caveat emptor, or whatever it is. Let the buyer beware, you know. So that's why, you know, that's why I have many of you check out the scenery and reviews and other YouTube content providers, because, you know, you want to make sure you're doing your homework before spending over your hard-earned money on that stuff. Money asks, is there any free fighters I can get? Plenty for, I mean, if you're in X-Plane, but you're obviously asking about Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't know. I don't know if there's, maybe someone else can chat here for Money's question of free fighters. There definitely are free aircraft. It seems to me that there is. You know, Money, there is my last top 5 announcement last Sunday. You can pick up, it's not a fighter, but there's a free glider. So there's actually the first glider for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Remember the FS10? They had the glider that came out with that. I was kind of surprised they didn't have a glider. So they have the first glider that's available for free, Money, so you can pick up that. I know it's not a fighter. But then they actually have the developer, kind of like fly-by-wire for Airbus. There is a development company that put out the first helicopter rotorcraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator. They beat Asobo to the punch on that one, because as we all know, that Asobo doesn't natively have helicopters in this yet. They are working on it. Last I saw, they're planning on having aircraft available in year 2022. So not this year, SimFans, but if you need to get a helicopter fix, check out my last weekly top 5 announcements. I've got a link there to where you can pick both those up, the glider and the helicopter. Let's see, Charles, I picked up the T45 Ghost Shock for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's truly good and at a good price. Thank you. Yeah, that was another one, Charles, I had highlighted on my on one of my videos that was out, and that looks beautiful. The 3D cockpit. Talk to us about it, Charles. That looks magnificent. I know there's the scratches in the canopy and on the panels. Is the 3D cockpit for the Ghost Shock? Is that they got pretty much all the switches that you can maneuver in that? I was thinking about getting that one. Money, you say, I love gliding. Where do I download that? So, Money, go ahead and check out my stream. If you go to my videos, I've got, for the weekly top 5 announcements from March 7th of this month, I have a link in there, and I touch on that in that video, and that'll guide you to it. I think it's on GitHub or something like that. GitHub or Google Drive, I can't remember, but you can pick it up for free. There is an additional utility that you have to download that will generate thermals, and also will tow your glider, because again, the glider is not available by default yet in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So there's another program that you need to download and install in your community folder to make the glider work. So yeah, check out that video. I've got a link in there to that stuff that you can grab that, and all of the rest of you if you're interested in. I could probably here. I'll put the link in chat here. Oh yeah, and incredibly Matt, you said helicopters will be cool. I forgot you mentioned that. Yes, sir. Yes, they will. So I'll put both of them in here, SimFans. So this is for the helicopter. Oh, it's too long. All right, I'm just going to put a link. Let me see here. Let me put a link to the video. And just go to the comments, and I've got the link right at the top. So there's the link to that video. And you can go to the comments, and it's right at the top there. So I've got, yeah, there's the helicopter and the glider, and then do make sure you get that free utility to make sure the thermals and the tow works for you. You're very welcome, Money. That's why I'm here, man. I'm here for all of you. And I'm here for me too. because I enjoy your company and I enjoy doing this. I'm not gonna lie. I love doing this stuff with you, with all of you. I've found, you know, I just started really trying to build the channels in December. Again, an encouragement from Incredibly Matt, who's on tonight. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mark. But yeah, but I found it really rewarding. I've been able to use some of my skills in terms of I've done teaching in the past. I am a real world pilot, and so I can bring maybe a little something extra to all of you. And I've been doing this simming stuff, as many of you have, all my life since I was a kid. And I don't know if you can see my gray hairs here, but yeah, I'm getting up there. I don't think I'm old by any means, but you know, I do have some experience, so I'm hoping to help everybody that's helped me. All of you have helped me with YouTube and Googling stuff. So if you haven't seen it, so I get this question a lot of times from many of you, is how do I put the FPS counter on? So I decided to do a video of that last night and how you can enable that. There's an in-game FPS counter that you can turn on, and I highly recommend it, and not use the overlay from GeForce Experience, or is it? Yeah, GeForce Experience. You could use Fraps, but the cool thing about the in Microsoft Flight Simulator, will tell you where you're bottlenecking at, whether it's in your GPU or CPU or other memory, and it'll tell you how many frames you're getting along with that, which it's got a lot of good information with, a lot better than just a straight counter. Hey, so Money, you can fly. Well, okay, let me preface this. You can't get your PPL. You're right. You can't get your PPL without talking to ATC as part of your training. And that, I'll be honest, it is nerve-wracking. I remember the first time that I flew into Des Moines, and I had to talk to ATC and do 3 touch and goes to you know, add to my experience. But once you start getting used to the phraseology, it really isn't too bad, and it starts becoming second nature. But it is a little, yeah, it is a little nerve-wracking, Money, I won't lie. Now you can, if you're in the U.S., you can get your sports license, right? And if you get your sports license, if I remember correctly, you don't have to do ATC work for that. You can stay in what's called Class E airspace, uncontrolled airspace, if you will. As long as you're flying, you know, to your small municipal airports, you don't have to work with ATC. You just go over what's called a CTAF, which stands for Common Traffic Advisory Frequency. So every airport has those, so you can talk to the other pilots around, so you know when they're in the pattern and where you're at in the pattern, or when you're coming into the pattern. So, Money, you... Oh, no, Money, you wouldn't. Everybody does. When you start out, everybody sounds like they don't know how the hell to talk on it. But, you know, it's something like anything. You get used to it, buddy, and then it's fine. But you can look at getting your sports license. You can't carry passengers with the sports license, but with sports pilot's license, but you can fly an aircraft and fly it in uncontrolled airspace. So as long as you're flying, and there's honestly, until you hit 18,000 feet, most of the country is uncontrolled airspace, most of it. The only time you get into controlled airspace is around cities, in major cities. Like I live in Ames, Iowa, and I think with the students, it's Iowa State University, with the students, I think we're at a population of like, Mark, maybe you can help me out, isn't it like 65,000? Something like that is our population. In our airport, we have jets flying in and out, and obviously prop aircraft, GA aircraft. And yeah, you could fly in and out of those airports with your sport license and not have to talk to ATC. There is no tower. So, Money, you could still do it, my friend. Even if you don't want to talk to ATC, just get your sports license and sports pilot's license, and you could do it. You won't be able to, you know, take others with you, but you can at least fly. Yeah, this aircraft looks good though, doesn't it? Go back underneath so we can see the landing gear. Look at all the rivets. Woo, baby. Baby. Look at that. And you got the little mesh. That's on the Warrior as well. You even got the mesh for airflow in there. We could sit here if we wanted to. We could have a fun exercise, SimFans, and count all the rivets on the airplane. Wouldn't that be fun? Hey, you got your exhaust here. Guys, they've done a really good job on the on this aircraft. Look at this. They even got the exhaust and some of the oil, you know, marks on there. You've even got the dirt on the underside, on the undercarriage. Let's take a look on the leading edge here. The rivets on the fuselage. We got November 413, 1 Charlie. And so this right here, you ever wonder what this line is, SimFans? So this line right here, no, it's not to control the rudder. If you ever thought that, that is not what that's for. What that line is, friends, is for the ADF. So it's basically an antenna for the ADF instrument. Just another instrument when you're flying. It's an old instrument. ADF would be like back in your Warbird days. You know, maybe with the Spitfire and some of the others, but I might be mistaken on that, but I believe they had ADF. And you have your more antennas for your nav stuff and your comm radios. Yep. Let's go over here because we would have the luggage compartment should be... I wonder if you can... I know you can open the oil, so this is where you put oil in. There's an oil latch there that you can pop that open, and I believe that does work. We'll have to try that out when we land. Yeah, there we go. There's the luggage compartment right there. And just a little step there. Let's see here. This is actually it's almost like sandpaper for grip for when you go into the aircraft. So it'll be on the right side, not on the left. So that's why you have that, so you don't slip and fall on your butt when you get out if it's raining. But yeah, they've done a really nice job on this aircraft, fans. We got even the curtains in the window. Let's go on the inside and look around here, fans. So you can see, got your seat belts. Let me put on the yokes. Show you something here. So they even got like the yoke, you know, the yoke wear and tear, if you will, where you can see some of the paint peeling off there. It's all worn out, as you would expect. The left yoke, because somebody's always flying in the left seat, at least you hope, right? Or we have problems, is a lot less worn than the right yoke, as you can see here. So they did not fall short for attention to detail, SimFans, on this aircraft. Even the stitching in the dash here and the texture work. I mean, look at that dash. I mean, it looks... I don't see really any seams. You know, sometimes when the developers are working on textures for the cockpits, you'll see, if you look close, you can see seams. I don't see any stitching for that, so that's a good sign. They've done a good job. Let's see here, Money. You said I watched the guy on YouTube paragliding. I won't have to. I won't have to do that. Yeah, I wouldn't do paragliding either. And you know, so there's something to be said about training too, right? Because if you paraglide, I don't think there's much training they have to do, and that you see a lot of them doing some dumb stuff. I actually, it's funny you mentioned that, Money, because I was watching. What is it? There's a close to death or something like that with GoPro. There's can't remember the channel that's out there, but I was actually just watching a guy that was paragliding on that yesterday, and what the hell he was doing? He like took off, and unless he caught some crosswind, but it looked like he turned to the right and went right up into a tree. He crashed into this big tree, and was stuck up. I don't know how high he was, but high enough to cause some serious damage if he fell. Yeah, and so there is something to be said about not going the quick and easy route too. Do make sure you're learning the proper procedures of that stuff, because it can be painful if not fatal. Oh, so Money, this plane. Money, this is the plane that we, well, at least I have. Many of us have been waiting for. It's the Piper Arrow PA-28R Arrow III from Just Flight. It's $45. The way to get it right now, I suspect it'll be available in the marketplace like many others. Right now, you can't get it in the marketplace. You can, as you mentioned, Money, the Coronado one is there. This one you have to go to Just Flight to get. And you pay $45, you get an installer, an EXE, you launch that, it installs right to your community folder in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and you activate it by doing your username and password for Just Flight's login site. So the account you used to buy it, you use that to activate it. Pretty straightforward and simple. I think the aircraft is about, if I remember right, it's around 750 megs, maybe 800 megs for the install. Of course, that's a compressed, and uncompressed it's larger than that, but didn't take long. Of course, I'm on fiber, so nothing really takes long. But yeah, the Piper PA-28R Piper Arrow III from Just Flight, and I say it's worth it. This is actually only my third flight with it, so I still need more time with it before I do a review. I do plan on doing a full review of the aircraft. I already started taking notes and some highlights and like the good, the bad, and the indifferent, and some comments on it. So SimFans, do watch for that. I hope to have that out within the next week or two. But I do want to do an honest review and a full review on it, and make sure that I hit the highlights with all of you. So if you're wanting to know should I buy it or not, and there's other streamers out there that do it. I've heard a lot of good things, and I will say a lot of good things about this aircraft, but there are some things that I haven't heard anyone else mention that I found with it that I think Just Flight needs to improve on, but they're minor things, but they are things as a real pilot I noticed that still need some improvement. But I will tell you this, I think it's the best aircraft so far for general aviation that you can buy. I will go ahead and say that, even though this is only my third flight with it. I would say it's the best GA aircraft that you can buy right now for Microsoft Flight Simulator, at least to this point, as much as I've had work with it. So, but you know what? For $45, it ought to be. That's a pretty steep price for a payware plane, and I am pumped to see the CRJ coming out. That'll be the first like major complex commercial jet aircraft that will come to Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's, I don't know how soon. Yeah, I'll link it. Yeah, you bet. Let me go here. It is right there, my friend, and all of you. That's where you can get that plane. I really should have linked that in the description for this live stream. I'll make sure I do that too after I'm done. I'll link that since we're flying that. I usually do put links in for those things. Sorry about that. But yeah, you can get to it from there and check it out. It is, yeah, and it's a little pricey, but if you want a good, well-developed aircraft, I like the features of it, like the as we did the run-up to check the magnetos before we took off for this flight to make sure they're both working. I love the fact that the aircraft shakes and moves around as it does in real life, because you have airflow. You know, I don't know if many of you realize this, but even just the prop wash off of your propeller does generate lift. That airflow that goes along your fuselage, like right along the body of this, of course it's going over your airfoils too. Oh no. Okay. I heard the drop in sound and I thought, oh boy, did we just crash? So we'll turn these back off. Let's check our systems, make sure everything's in line. Manifold pressure's good. Fuels. Could have gone down a little bit. There we go. How about we switch tanks? So notice here, we're looking at our fuel gauges. So we've got 10 gallons of fuel on our left because we've been running off our left. We have not been burning any fuel from our right, so we've been going for a while, so it's probably time to switch to our right. So if you ever do this by accident, we're going to do this. Oop. Oh no! Oh! Ah! Our engine cut out! We're dying! We're doomed! Don't worry about it. Leave your controls alone. Put the fuel back on. They'll pop right back on. We're going to go to our right engine. Did I scare you? I didn't scare you. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I actually, during my commercial progress check, I had the FAA examiner that was flying with me, making sure I knew what I was doing. He didn't reach over and cut the fuel there because he would have to reach over my lap, and that would have been pretty awkward. But he did kind of just reach over, if you look at my Bravo camera, and he just cut the mixture out like that. And of course, I knew what he did. I mean, I didn't see him do it, but I'm like, he cut the mixture. I mean, it got my heart racing at first. Just put the mixture back in, the engine will come back alive, right? No big thing. But he did that just to make sure that I was paying attention, and then I would react. And of course, the aircraft will kick back in. Autopilot will get us back on course, and we'll get right back up to the altitude. So, no big thing. You know, if you accidentally hit, fuel off. Don't panic. Even in real life, don't panic. I've done that. I've taken just to show if an engine would stall. I was at maybe 4,000, 3,500 feet. I was with a buddy, and I said, here, we're going to cut the power out. So I just pulled the mixture out like that, cut the power, made the engine completely die, and then I landed the aircraft. And just to show, it's basically a heavy glider, right? Money, you like gliding. So the aircraft is going to just naturally pitch down to keep that airspeed so you don't stall. That is what's called a stable aircraft. Because notice, I'm not even touching the controls. I have the engine power out, and this aircraft is still not stalling. So you just add the mixture back in, and it'll maybe come back alive. This would be a nice little trick here. We might have froze up. There we go. Well, that was a good test, because normally that should have just kicked back on. I should not have had to restart it. That might be a bug. I should not have had to, fans, start the engine again, because remember the old aircraft so they would pull on the prop and start it? So we just found a bug together, SimFans. We'll have to submit that to Just Flight, because we should not have had to start the magnetos to do that. That should have just, as soon as I added mixture, it should have just started right back up, because that prop, as you saw it was already turning. The autopilot's on, so we got to gain some airspeed here. No worries. We'll just push forward. I'm going to try to do this without having to turn off the autopilot, but we'll turn it off. All right. Of course, the autopilot would have messed up my trim right there, right? We'll get it back. We did lose some altitude. No big deal. But anyway, yeah, that shouldn't have, our engine shouldn't have died. So we'll get back up to our altitude. Let's do a stall, all right? Let's go ahead and do a stall. Do you guys want to do a stall? Let me know in chat if you want to do a stall. Yeah, gear up. Recon Delta, welcome to the channel. Welcome, welcome. Yes, gear are up, buddy. Gear are up, my friend. Do you guys want to see a power on stall, see how this performs? I'm happy to do it. Or we could just continue on. Ah, what the heck, we're gonna do one. All right, so let's do a power on stall first. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna act like we're just taking off and we're climbing. So we got, put the propeller up. So we're just gonna keep pulling the elevator back, keep pulling the prop back, and we're gonna hear the horn. We're gonna look off the side. There it goes, we're shuttering. See how stable it is? I mean, and honestly, that is pretty much the Piper Warrior and Arrow. It just harder than hell to stall, and that's a good thing. Now we'll do a power off stall, so we're gonna pull the throttle out. Normally when you're doing this, you want to make sure you have carb heat. But we're gonna go ahead and set up like we're landing. So we're gonna put the gear down. Just like we're landing. So when you do a power off stall, you're actually simulating like you're coming in for landing, right? So we're gonna trim it like we're coming in. We're gonna put some flaps in. So as you can see, we're setting up for a landing, and here's our flap lever, and we're using our Bravo throttle quadrant. So we got our full flaps, right? Okay. Now we're just gonna act. We're gonna pull that throttle out. We're gonna pull back on the yoke. Got to apply that opposite rudder so we don't spin. But look at, I've got my. You can't see my. I've got the yoke pulled all the way back, and that's true. I swear, like when I tried to do power off stalls with this bird in real life, it is a bitch to get to stall. That's a good thing, but it's hard to get it stalled. Now we got to put our landing gear. We're gonna put our landing gear up. Notice on our Bravo cam, we've got the gear up. And that's all there is, fans. There's all there is to it. Of course, now we got to recover our altitude. Make sure we get back on track. But anyway, Neon, welcome to the channel. Happy to have you, my friend. Neon says, "Hey, I'm new here." Hey, buddy, that's all good. Thank you for coming. Love to have you, SimFan. Appreciate you joining us tonight, this late evening on a Saturday. Just Neon, just demonstrating as you saw, just some power on, power off stalls, buddy. So, yeah, I've done that before, and I think, you know, add a little bit to the fun. But I'm going to tell you, as a real Piper pilot, again, Warrior, I've flown the Arrow, this aircraft itself, I've flown this several times, and the power on, power off stalls are great. When we come in for a landing, I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate what I mean and a side slip to a landing. So we'll come in a little high, and I'll show you what I mean, which is not quite right yet, and I'm sure Just Flight will get that adjusted to make the side slip to a landing more accurate. But no, I like this aircraft so far. I mean, the stalls, they got them nailed. The stall is spot on. That in real life, I can tell you that this aircraft is hard. So if you ever think, I can't stall this aircraft, well, really, in real life, it is hard to stall. And I think they got that nailed on the stall characteristics of this airplane. Again, for $45, they better be pretty close to accurate, right? One thing about, you know, I've done flight simming since FS10, well, actually, Sublogic, back in the Commodore days, and even before then. But FS10, it was, the thing I liked about X-Plane is it was like more realistic flight models. And you still have really good flight models in aircraft and X-plane. I think it's still, to this point, I still have it installed. I think there's a place for it on your hard drive if you have the space. If you do Ortho 4XP, that's another story because you're going to need a lot more space. Talked about that on my stream Thursday, but it's a great simulator as well. But FS10 was like flying on rails. It really was. It was. Yeah, the flight model, it was like you have 4 common forces in any kind of flight. You have thrust, you have gravity, you have lift, and you have drag. Those are the 4 basic principles of flight dynamics, aerodynamics with an aircraft. And that's pretty much all you had in FS10. But as you probably have seen with Asobo and Microsoft Flight Simulator, there are literally thousands of forces against every single airfoil, on the fuselage, on the canopy, windshield, the tail, everything. You've seen them. So you're gonna, check that out sometime. Asobo has some videos, but and X-Plane's been doing this for a while. But you'll see like the green for lift, the red for downward force or drag, and you can actually see all the forces that are being used now in Microsoft Flight Simulator, which makes for a much more realistic flight model. Which makes us all, right? We're all happy about that. Because who wants to feel like they're flying on rails when they're coming in for approach? I certainly don't. Like if I have to crab when I'm coming in on a crosswind landing, just like in real life, I want to feel that in my simulator. And I'm a better pilot because I've done simming. I'll tell you right now. If you don't have your pilot's license, and most don't, that's okay. You would actually, if you jumped into an airplane, you would be amazed on how much it is similar to the real deal and how much better of pilots you actually would be in a real aircraft. I know I'm a better pilot because of flight simming. I will not ever deny that fact. And especially if you want to practice instrument approaches and stuff like that. And that's actually why Austin Meyer for X-Plane and I lost the name of the company. It'll come to me. But that's why he built X-Plane, is because there was nothing out there to do instrument training, and he was working on his pilot's license and instrument rating, and he wanted to be able to practice that. So he built X-Plane to be able to practice instrument approaches. So I guarantee every single one of you that are diehard flight sim fans that are practicing simming, that you are better real-world pilots than you think you are. So let's see, we're going to put the autopilot on. We are going to hit our altitude. What's going on? Another bug? What the heck is going on, fans? Let's see what happens. I think we found another bug. This should not be happening. We'll let it stabilize. Oh, what that was. The important thing is to not panic. Don't panic. Conrad Sutton, welcome to the channel. Thank you, buddy. This is a pretty awesome stream, he says. Hey, Conrad, thank you for joining. I appreciate you being here. Welcome, welcome, my friend. And thank you for being online with all of us today. We're going through stalls and just rapping. Just talking about stuff. Talking about flying. Seems like an appropriate topic for tonight, doesn't it? Appreciate you joining the channel, Conrad. Good to see you, my friend. Good job today, by the way, Conrad. Good job. I was mentioning the play. So as we can see, it's stabilized at 12,600 feet. That's where we were at before. It did some wild banking and climbing. So this is why we're at 12,500 feet, because look at that mountain ahead of us. How much farther do we have, SimFans? 26 miles. Well, we'll be landing before we get to that mountain, I think. Let's check. Oh yeah, well, probably kind of right as we get over that, right? We look at this. That's going to be the fun thing about Big Bear, is it's kind of in that mountainous area right ahead of us. But again, the beautiful Piper Arrow III from Just Flight. $45. The link is in chat. And I will be linking it. I should have linked it, and I apologize before the stream, but I will be linking it in the stream comments along with some other links. But yeah, so far the flight model, I think Just Flight has done a really good job. Again, this is only my third flight with it. But as a real-world Piper Warrior pilot, but I have flown the Arrow, I can say that Just Flight has done a good job with the flight model. It's not perfect, but it's good. It's really good. It's really good. All right, so we've got, you know, about 23 miles, 12 minutes. So I'm gonna check and see what our altitude is at Big Bear. L35 ICAO code. Big Bear is, fans, at 6,800 feet. So we're just, for easy math, we're going to say 6,500. We'll say 7,000. So if we're at 12,500, we need to lose 5,500 feet. So if we're losing 1,000 feet per minute, our descent profile should be 5.5 minutes. I like to add 1 minute before I enter pattern altitude, which we will do. So essentially about 6.5 minutes out. So in essentially 5 minutes, we will start our descent profile. With that, I am going to take a really quick break. Stick around. Don't leave, because we're coming up to the fun part. We're going to land this bird in high altitude area. And it doesn't perform all that well in high altitude, so we'll see how I do. Make sure that I get all of you safely on the ground. But I am going to take a quick break. I'll be back in probably 3 to 4 or 5 minutes, because that's all we have left, and we'll land this bird. Before I leave, Money, I love your streams. Thank you, Money. I appreciate your support, buddy. Really, really appreciate it. I hope you butter this landing. Money says, what is the time frame of the landing? And we just talked about that. Did you have a few drinks to relax you for the landing? I had one, and it's gone. I might actually sneak one in really quick, but if I'm going to do that, Money, I better get going so I can get back with all of you. So you guys take over. It's your airplane. I'll be right back, and I'll put on some tunes so that, you know, you can just jam to some tunes while I'm gone, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Be right back. Hey, I'm glad to see we're still flying. Good job, everybody. Keeping this bird afloat. One sec. Forgot my sunglasses. Actually, it's for the effect, but it's also actually functional because I've got these lights on to get my green screen to work better. And it does actually, I do wear the sunglasses for a purpose too, because it's a little bright in front of me. I've got the box light on the side to light up the green screen, and I've got the two LED lights to light up my face. So the sunglasses do serve a purpose other than character. Appreciate y'all keeping the aircraft in flight. Hopefully you enjoyed the tunes. Again, this is the first time I've landed at Big Bear, and we will be at high altitude. Again, what did I say? 6,700 feet, right? So this aircraft does not perform at 6,700 feet, of course, as it would at 1,000 feet, as it would where my hometown is. Ames, Iowa, we're at about 9, the pattern altitude, I think, is roughly, 2,000 feet. Where the elevation of the airport is like 972 feet, I think, somewhere around there. So our pattern altitude here should be at approximately, what did we say? So we should probably be at about 8,000 feet here. So we got 45, so about 5.5 minutes. So we're right at descending. So let's go ahead and descend. Let's see if the vertical speed works on here. So I'm going to flip the mode selector to vertical speed. Let's just see. I haven't tried the vertical speed with this aircraft yet. I'm going to hit vertical speed, and I'm going to, yeah, it looks like it does. So let's look at our vertical speed indicator. That's this guy right here, and this is about 100 feet. And notice if I drop this dial down, you got to take some throttle out. We're not going to overspeed. I mean, so if you look at your airspeed indicator, this dial, if you're right here, this white line is you're okay to have your flaps down. And in the green, you're okay if you're not in turbulent air. The yellow is if you're in clear air, you don't have any turbulence, you can go all that way. But that red line is don't go above that or you're going to stress the airframe out and possibly break your airplane up in flight. A Big Bear is, I know you can't see this, fans. But it's on the east side of this lake, so we should be seeing it right over here. So I just look at the chart here, and let's see if we can see it. Can't really see it yet. The runway is... I should know this by now, right? Runway 826. Okay, so if we're flying roughly due south right now, well, 21, we'll probably want to land on 26. Again, we want to get down to about 7,700 feet. So I actually think it's over this. Looking at the chart, I think it's just over this mountain here. So we might need to true up our descent here. So it's going to set us up perfectly for side slip to a landing, I think. Hopefully I don't botch this up, SimFans. My job is to make sure that all of you make it safely to Big Bear. Because you're going to go out, you're going to cruise on a boat, you're going to have a few drinks. I might decide if I do another stretch, I'm going to leave it up to all of you. I'm not ready to be done for the night. So this should be Big Bear. There it is. So what should we land on? 2.6? Let's land on 2.6. We're going to fly over the airport. We're going to go downwind for 2.6. So we're going to switch this to heading. We're going to put our dial on 2.6. Roughly close. We're going to go autopilot off. Oh no. Okay. Woo! I thought it was gonna crash, fans. Like, no! Don't crash. Don't crash on a simulator. We're on approach. Look at that terrain. Woo! Baby. Does that look good? Oh gosh. I tell you what, SimFans, I love X-Plane, but you just cannot beat the scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator. It just can't be done. You can't compete. So 7,700 feet we're looking at for. I'm going to enable Track IR so we can go and you see how I'm using my head to like move around the cabin and look at that threshold of runway 26. So we're going to start trimming our aircraft. Again, bear with me, fans. This is the first time I've landed at Big Bear. I'd like to try to get a practice flight in before I stream, but as a real pilot, you never get a practice run. You can if you sim. We're at about 7,700. Money, you, oh yeah, Charles say scenery is awesome. Money, you got to be an idiot to crash one of these. Yeah. Have you been over Area 51? Did they do a good job replicating it? You know what? I haven't yet, Money. I'll have to do that. Yeah, it's pretty hard to crash a Arrow or a Warrior, isn't it, Money? Yeah, I'm going to enable Track IR again so we can see. So there are some advantages with the low-wing aircraft. You know, many of you probably have either flown or either simulator or in real life a Cessna. And so let me just come a little bit closer here in case our engine dies. Nothing worse than an engine dying when you're right that close to a runway and you crash and don't make it to the runway. Don't have that happen. We're going to do Gumps check, gas undercarriage. So gas, we want our mixture full. Undercarriage, gear down. Gumps check, that's what the acronym Gumps is for. Gas, undercarriage, mixture full. Prop is full. Safety, we got our landing light on. We've got our seatbelt on, and we're ready to land this bird at Big Bear. So when you get that runway the threshold of the runway at about a 45-degree angle off of your aircraft, that's when you start wanting to turn from downwind to base. So there's four, when you do a pattern, you do upwind, you do crosswind, downwind, base, and then final. So we're going to turn from downwind to base. Put in a little bit of trim. And why I like to set this, fans, the heading indicator, because I can do my perfect 90-degree turns. Put another notch of flaps, second notch. I want to purposefully come in a little high so I can demonstrate a side slip to a landing and show you kind of where this aircraft needs some work in terms of that. I think they've got everything else nailed. But so like right now we're coming on to runway 26. We're going to put our last notch of flaps in. So you see we're ready. We're set up for the landing. Okay, so if we're high, this is a maneuver you can use, SimFans, and many of you probably already know this. But if you don't, if you're too high, you need to bleed off some airspeed, which we don't. Let me do this on purpose. Get fast. So our Pappy, so like we're way too high. So we cut the throttle out, put in full right rudder, and put left. Well, I might take that back. It actually did pretty good there. Notice how fast I bled that airspeed off. I'm gonna have to do some more practice. So jury is out on that, SimFans. We might be all right. All right, now when you get to the threshold, just gradually take your throttle all the way out. Trim, 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 trim. And you want the horn to go off if you can. Well, I didn't get it. Perfect. And then just gradually put that nose gear down really light. Just like that. Keep your nose straight. Apply brakes. And that's it. That's all there is to it, fans. Put your flaps up, because then you'll get more traction on your landing gear. And look at that. Not too bad. Not the best landing I've ever done, but I think it passes, right? I don't know. I'll let you all be the judge. Does that pass? Does that landing pass? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and turn towards the runway. All right, SimFans. Let's see if the parking brake will work. Yep, yeah, parking brake works. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is when you shut down the aircraft, you're going to want to turn off your avionics. You want to turn off all your lights, because you don't want to have any surges happen there. And then once those are off, you can take out your prop, and then your mixture. Boom, boom, boom. And then we'll turn off our battery. We're going to continue here. And so we still have to turn these off manually. But hey, SimFans, appreciate you flying with me tonight. I had a blast. We did a successful landing. And yeah, ace is down. Caught the ending. Welcome, buddy. I might continue here. Might take a quick survey and see if some of you still want to hang on and we can figure out another stretch here, another leg, if you will. But yeah, I would have to say, again, this is only my third flight with the Arrow, and that side slip to a landing actually did feel a little more realistic than when I did previously. So maybe I passed judgment a little too soon on Just Flight's model on this side slip to a landing. So again, I got to do more work with this aircraft, trying it out, and definitely we'll be doing a review. So watch for that. Charles Johnson, landing was silky smooth. Thank you, my friend. Well, you know, I try, Charles. But yeah, I wish I could do a replay so we could really critique that landing. But I don't think there's a way to do it other than flight control replay, which I did an announcement on. I haven't purchased that yet, and because I'm just waiting, because I know that Asobo's working on a replay function. I just don't know when they're going to have it out for Microsoft Flight Simulator. So at this point in time, I'm like, why do I want to pay for something that's going to be built into the simulator if I don't have to? Other than I'm streaming and doing content on YouTube for all of you, that'd be the only reason I'd ever do it. Frank Rose, hello, Frank. Thank you for coming to the channel. Hello, sir. Just watching you from work at Toronto Airport. Frank, we missed you on Thursday night, but check out my live stream. It's out there recording. I did that just for you. On Aces Down, mentioned I should do a stream from Toronto, an X-plane with the 737 Zebo. And so check out that stream. I have it left out there and recorded. And so check that out, because I actually have the Toronto payware from Global Art, I think is the name of the scenery developer. So Frank, so glad to see you here, all of you here. This is it's great to have you all here. So in chat, oh, money, butter it like popcorn. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No blowing tires on the landing. Yes, and I'm happy to say, money, that I have never blown a tire on a landing. So. Thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, all of you. Well, put in chat. I honestly, what time is it? It's 10:30. I don't know about you fans, but I'm not ready to be done. I thought about just doing a short leg tonight, but should we go somewhere? Great, Frank. Yeah, do check that out, buddy. I was hoping that you could be on Thursday night, but you probably were working. For all of you out there that are on chat and with us right now, Frank Rose he works the ramp I believe, Frank, you said Air Canada at Toronto, which is super cool. And do enjoy having you here, Frank. Thank you. Well, since some of you had just jumped on, Aces, you just jumped on. Frank, I think you probably just jumped on. Let's do another leg. And if you want, stick around. Love to have you stick around. We can, it's Saturday night, so hopefully, some of you don't have to work tomorrow. I'm sure some of you do. But we'll figure out another leg, and we'll do some more stall practice with the Piper Arrow. We'll maybe run it through some more tests. Might get a little crazy. Maybe we'll try doing a loop with this thing. What do you think? That's the fun of and the beauty of simming is we can do crazy stuff in the simulator. So throw in chat. I think we should fly from Big Bear to somewhere, right? To keep it real, to keep it realistic. But let's figure out what we want to do in terms of a flight. If you have any suggestions, throw them in chat. Aces, you say, sure, another leg would be cool. Up to you how far long it is. All right, buddy. So I'm going to take a quick break. All of you can take a quick break. Let's do, I'll do like a 5-minute break and come back online here. We'll do some, Charles, fly to San Diego. You know what? We could do that. Actually, I was thinking that maybe, Charles, of doing a San Diego because I do have the Latin VFR payware scenery and it is magnificent. I really, really like it. So I don't think that's too far. We could do San Diego. I think that's a good idea. So let's plan on that. South Lake Tahoe. Did that leg in 1972 in February. Really? Recon Delta, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, that Lake Tahoe, how far is that from here? I'll have to check. So I got a couple ideas from all of you. That's great. Stick around. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, and I'll get the I'll do some checking here on distances and times and that, and get the airport diagrams up and loaded, and we'll do another leg here. SimFans will fuel up the aircraft and get to flying. So, which reminds me, I think we'll need to run over to our fuel pump and get this bird fueled up for our next leg. So stick around. I'm going to throw on some tunes. I'll be right back with you in about 5 minutes, maybe 6, 7 at tops, and we'll do another leg. So stay tuned, SimFans. Thank you all for joining me tonight. This has been great. right, SimFans. Well, that was good timing. All right. So that was Mount Fuji from Timecrawler 82. I see Frank Rose, you said great music. I got to give a call out to Timecrawler. I've got a link where you can find this music. Yeah, I agree. Frank, that's great music. and kind of kicks it back to the 80s, kind of like with the synthesizer, you know. But it's a good rhythm and good beat, and yeah, good music. So glad you like it. All right, Aces down. It's not bad for royalty free, so no copyright strikes. That is exactly right, Aces. That's why I play it on here, right? And do need to definitely call out Mount Fuji. Timecrawler 82 does that song. It's Mount Fuji. Something that really was cool last night. I have a link to the site for where you all can find royal-free music if you stream. And do check that out if you want, and you can use the music as well. I actually had Loco subscribe to my channel. I've used his music a few times, and I was pretty excited to see that he subscribed. And because I have used his music, and he subscribed last night, and I thought that was pretty neat. So yeah, check it out. Check out the site. I've got it linked in the comments, giving credit where credit is duly deserved. Okay, SimFans, so I have not pre-flighted, and I thought, you know what, I am going to do that with all of you so we can see how that is done in real life and in simming. And there are a couple tools that I am going to highlight here for all of you, and so that you can use them as well. They are free tools. I think you will like them. You probably already have heard of them, although maybe some of you have not at this point. So why not show you all what that is? And I figured, you know what, I'm here to help my sim friends, and so I will do that. And so one of them is AirNav, and I realize I don't have, you can't see this yet, so let me get that up and running. And the other one is Sky Vector. Anybody heard of Sky Vector in chat? Talk to me, Goose. So I'm going to bring up a couple of these that I really enjoy and I use. And the thing that about Sky Vector and AirNav is you can see the approach plate. So like when we were flying into a landing, and you know, Big Creek, I use these to see, and as we do as real pilots, Aces down as a real pilot, and as we do as real pilots, we use these charts and diagrams, airport diagrams, for our approaches, and so we know where we are going. At least we hope to know, right, Aces? So let me share this with all of you. I got to set it up in OBS, so give me 1 sec to get that up and loaded here. There it is. All right, so here we go. Let me put that like that. Oh, wow, you can see the edge of my shock absorber of my mic. Didn't realize that was showing. Okay, well, can fix that. There we go. Can you still hear me okay? Okay, so, sorry about that. I didn't mean to blast your eardrums out. By the way, do any of you follow Captain Canada? I've been a supporter of his for several years. He has a channel that I really enjoy. And I had told him about, you know, Track IR a while back, and he finally got the Track IR. I don't know if it was necessarily because I mentioned it, but he finally got it, and he loves it. I've been using it for years, and if you all have not been using Track IR to move your head around the virtual cockpit like that, yeah, I'm not drunk. I'm showing you how you can do that, although I should demonstrate it when we get back into the plane. Definitely get it. It's not cheap, but it is worth its weight in gold, because you can, as you saw when I was coming in for the landing at Big Bear, just to be able to move your head just a few degrees and be able to like turn 90 degrees to look at that runway, and behind you at that 45-degree angle when you wanted to turn from downwind to base. I'll tell you what, the Track IR is definitely worth it. And the thing I like about it, as opposed to like, and by the way, for those of you that get my, it's like backwards with my webcam when I do my hands. Those of you that have VR goggles, I'm not knocking them. So don't take it as I'm knocking VR goggles. I actually wish I had VR goggles because I would like to use those at some point. But I don't think I'll ever go completely VR goggles, because when I'm spending the kind of money I'm spending on the Alpha Flight Controls, the Bravo Throttle Quadrant, the TPR pedals, I want to see my controls, right? And so the Track IR, I think, is they've got it figured out. It's like a really good go-between. And I think, Aces, you said you use something with your phone. There's and I remember reading about this, there's a utility for your phone that you can do head tracking with to look around your cockpit. And Aces, maybe put that in chat if you would, buddy. So all of those that are watching right now in chat can see that, because you said that works fairly well, and that would be good for everybody to be able to take advantage of, because it would save you a few bucks, and maybe you could try out using your smartphone as a Track IR replacement until you could save up maybe a few dollars to buy the Track IR. Track IR is very accurate. I'm going to guess it's way more accurate than the utility that I think Aces Down will probably put here in chat. But at the same time, you know, the Smooth Track. Thank you, Aces. Smooth Track. So check that out. Aces, would you put a link to that in chat here so others can see it? But I do recommend highly Track IR. Okay. So on to our flight planning, SimFans. So there are a couple suggestions. One suggestion was San Diego, and then we had another suggestion. What was it? I got to look back here. Frank Rose had to go load another. Wow, Frank actually stopped in to watch the stream while he was at work on a break. Now that's impressive. I am very humbled on that one. That's pretty cool. Let's see here. So what do we say? I gotta go look back, because you all have been chatting here. I gotta read back here while I was on break. I didn't see everything. Let's see. Oh yeah, South Lake Tahoe. Recon Delta, if you're still there, do you have the ICAO code for that, buddy? If you do, put it in chat, please, and I'll look that up. I know that San Diego is KSAN, so let's start with KSAN, SimFans. So part of our pre-flight, so the thing that's nice about AirNav, this is completely free, AirNav/airports, and you can get all kinds of information here. This is what my channel is about. It's about helping. I like to give tips and tricks, and if you already know about this, please bear with me, because others can benefit from this as well. For those of you that already know this stuff, and do add to chat and give recommendations too. This is our channel, fans. It's not my channel. It's our channel. And it's a community thing. So if we type in KSAN, which I'll do here, KSAN, because that's the ICAO code for San Diego. So what we can see here, SimFans, is a lot of information, probably too much, more than we want. Open to public, so that's good. We can fly in there, and not that we wouldn't anyway, because we're in simulator, so we would do it anyway, even if it was closed to us. Runway 927, there is one runway at KSAN. That's it. SimFans, one runway. But here you can see, I missed one important key thing that I always look at. Elevation. For those of you that are flying in simulator, as in real life, you always want to check what the elevation is of the airport, because what you do in pattern altitude is you want to fly essentially most places, not every single place, and they do put what pattern altitude usually is. But typically it's 1,000 feet above the airport. And this 16.8, essentially 17 feet, is above mean sea level. So whenever you see that worldwide, that means above mean sea level. So you have to account for that. So 17 feet, so you just simply add another 1,000 feet. I don't fly 1,017 feet above the ground. Aces, maybe you do. I don't. I would say that's 1,000 feet above the ground, above the airport. I'll do pattern altitude at 1,000. I go on hundreds of feet. So if that was at 117, I'd probably do 1,100 feet as my pattern altitude. So that's an important thing to pick up on, SimFans, is that elevation. The other big piece out of AirNav that you'll pull are the runways. How many of you have seen Dr. Disrespect? He's pretty colorful, but I watched him stream Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I was laughing my ass off because he had no idea what he was doing. You could definitely tell he's a FPS player, and he's great, but he's an FPS player. And he was flying for one. He couldn't get his controller, his PS4 controller to work, and he was using a keyboard. So there's his first problem. And he was trying to fly a takeoff from a grass airstrip with a Citation jet aircraft. And he was taking the takeoff flaps, he was putting those fully up. He was doing basically about everything wrong. And God, I wish I would have been. I saw it was recorded. I wish I would have been on there when he was doing it and giving him some tips. But he was getting so frustrated. I don't know how many times he crashed. But oh, was that entertaining. Got a lot of laughs. So anyway, going down here, one thing I wanted to show you all is, you get your airport diagram. So you can actually download the PDF. So hopefully you can see this. But you can download the PDF, and then you can actually see there's going to be airport elevation, and actually it'll tell you here 16 elevation right here. If you see that, that's 16 feet. And if we go down here, it's 14 feet, so a whole 2 feet difference. But this is nice because, you know, if you land on 27, if you're flying general aviation like we're doing today, or if we land on runway 9, we know where our ramp is. So up here, we would go to the general aviation parking way up here. So we know if we land on 9, we just want to continue on essentially east. And actually, we're going to rotate this because this is more realistic. So if we're landing on runway 9, we know that we need to exit off to the left on Charlie, and then we need to go to our general aviation ramp. And I have a utility called AVS that's in X-Plane that will show you everything of where to go. But yeah, that's it's always good to check that out. So anyway, that's on AirNav. Now let me show you another one, SkyVector. So here you can see, so these numbers here show you the minimum safe altitude for that quadrant. So another nice utility that I like to point out to all of you is this SkyVector, because you can plug in your route. So let's do that now. So we're going to be leaving Big Bear, which was what, L35, I think. And we're gonna check out KSAN because I think Charles mentioned San Diego. Okay, so our magenta line, it shows us here is at 179. So that is our true heading, is 179, and that is almost due south, pretty close, right? As we can see. But what you're looking at, what I look at, is this minimum altitude. So this is gonna take into account all these mountainous areas, this terrain. So we know when we're flying, we need to be at least 11,200 feet, 11,800 feet, and so forth. It really comes in handy when you're flying IFR, but it does come in handy with VFR flights too. So if you're pre-flighting and you're planning your flight out, take that into account, and so you know what your minimum flight altitude. By the way, VFR flight rules are this: if you're flying a right heading, which would be like basically from 0 degrees to 179, you would want to fly, I always use the acronym ROLE, R-O-L-E, so right, odd, left, even. Just remember that. So if you're flying a VFR flight, if you want to stay true to what we do in real life as pilots, is if we're flying a right heading, basically from that 0 to 179, we want to do odd, right is odd, so right, odd altitude, so we'd want to be at a heading, or altitude rather, of odd altitude plus 500 for VFR. So in other words, you want to go 5,500, 7,500, 9,500, 11,500 when you're right heading. When you are going left, you want to be uneven. So you'd want to be at 4,500, 6,500, 8,500, 10,500, so on. Why do I start above 3,000? Well, that's simply because SimFans, from ground level to 3,000 altitude is considered ground airspace, and you can fly at any altitude within that range. So, so since we are going at 179, you know, we're that's pretty much straight south, as we would call it. But you know, that's kind of like right on the line, but it still is going kind of weird. It's going left here. So I'd say we would go on an even altitude, even though I said that, we'd go on an even altitude. So what we need to do is count for 12,500. So we'll plan on 12,500 feet for our cruise altitude. Okay, probably don't need to go that high, but we're gonna plan for that. And so over here we can see that our estimated time is 46 minutes. I think that sounds pretty good. Are you all fine with that? We go into San Diego? Because if we fly into San Diego, I've got the Latin VFR scenery, so we can fly it around before we land. We can fly around, check out that scenery. It's really beautiful. I like it. So let me see in chat. This is a bi-directional communication stream, friends. I want to see you respond. And so if it sounds good to do San Diego, if we do a thumbs up or yeah, let's go for it, or if there's another location we want to go to, let me know and we'll plan for another flight. Let's see, did we ever see the ICAO code for Lake Tahoe? I don't see it there. Ace is down. The service ceiling for the Arrow 3 is 15,000, my friend. 15,000. Thank you. Odd. Yeah, 179 would be odd. I know. It's like it's that close. So okay, Aces, we'll go 13,500. And so yeah, we will do that. So we stay true. Thank you. So Aces, appreciate that. So we'll go 13,500. We'll plan for that. So we'll add 1,000. Thank you. And how about the San Diego? Does that sound good? We'll fly San Diego. It just looks weird though, right? Because I mean, if we're looking at this, it looks like we're going left from here. It does not look like 179. Correct me if I'm wrong, fans. Are my eyes going bad? I mean, that looks like we're flying a to the left, but we are flying. I mean, it's like right on the line. So we'll do 13,500, like you said, Aces. So we'll just plan on that. We'll do San Diego, and we'll check out the scenery there. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna turn off our Chrome browser, but I did want to show all of you that. So, and let's check out where our fuel pump is, because we're gonna keep it real. I could just cheat and fuel up with the menu up here with fuel balance, but I don't want to do that. We're simming for a reason, right, fans? We're simming because we want the real world experience. So we don't want to sim, or we want to sim, but we don't want to like cheat that. So I'm guessing the fuel pump is up here, and we can speed this up by F2. Hold down F2, that speeds that up. So I'm in drone view right now. I don't see a fuel pump yet. If I missed it, let me know. I don't see it. Where's it at, fans? Where do we go to fuel up at this place? We'll just pretend we got done, like, you know, partying at some, you know, really good bar and having a lot of good conversation, and we'll pretend that I didn't party, and I don't see, where the heck is the fuel pump? Oh, maybe it's over here. Here it is. I bet this is it over here, SimFans. Right here. There it is. Right there. Booyah. There it is. Okay, so where are we at? So we are right there. So we just got to go across this taxiway right here and then get to our fuel. Easy enough. All right. Now that I know where I'm going, we can get there. Okay. All right. Let's start this bird up, and we'll taxi over there. We'll shut it down, fuel up, and we will be on our way, SimFans. All right. So as we did before, let's go. Geez, it's hot in here, isn't it? Let's get some airflow. Whew. Need some airflow. It is warm. All right, so on the... Is this still working? Oh, it stopped working. No. See, you don't see the Bravo throttle quadrant cam. Dang it. And I can't exit out of here because I'd kill the stream, so I apologize. I think it's the camera. I don't know. I don't know if it's OBS or it's a camera, but I do apologize. So, well, let me see. Can I don't know when that stopped. Let me see if I can bring it back by unplugging it and plugging it back in. Bear with me for one moment. And if we don't have it for this flight, because I don't want to disconnect, because if I disconnect, we'll lose the stream and I'll lose all of you, and I'm not going to do that. Let me see if I can bring it back here, SimFans. That kind of stinks. No, it's locked. I'm going to have to... that sucks. Hold on. Yeah. Ah, shoot. Well, all right. Well, it is what it is, right? Let me try one other thing. Stick around. Don't leave me. I'm going to see if I can't... Yeah, it's just... It's frozen. Shoot. Oh, wait. Oh, I got it back. All right, SimFans, we got it. Whew. Booyah. Oh, yeah. We got it. Gotta have our Bravo throttle quadrant, right? That's why you come here. You want to see... You don't want to listen to me. You want to see the controls. So we got it back, fans. Good work. All right, so we're gonna put up our mixture like this, as you can see. Right? We're gonna put up our prop, and we're gonna put a little throttle in so to get this bird up and running. So I never turned off my magnetos. That was my bad. Clear. Gotta yell clear right before we take off. We're gonna turn our fuel pump on. Right there. We're going to turn our battery on. Again, I did that on the Alpha Flight Control, but as you know, it didn't do it here. So we got to do it there to actually get it to go. So now we hear our fuel pump running. We're going to put our mixture back. I had to put that down so everybody could see it. All right, so we got clear. We've got our throttle up a little bit, right like that. Okay, so we're up, and let's start this bird. She's lit! Alright. Turn our fuel pump off. We are going to take that down just so we can make sure our landing lights, our nav lights are on. Are we on now? Yeah, we're good. Alright. Alright, so Big Bear. So by the way, this is freeware. To all of you out there, pick it up. I'll put a link after this is done. This is freeware. So as you can see, you know, there's a lot more detail than you would normally see. And I'm trying to remember who makes this scenery, but it is absolutely free. I will put a link in chat, or I'll put a link in the video comments so you can all pick this up, because it is pretty nice scenery, and who can argue with free, right? We're going to turn on our alternator. So we got to turn all this stuff on, and we're just going to have to shut it off here in a minute anyway, but that's okay. Let's go and enable track IR so we can see around, and we're going to taxi friends over to get our fuel. Gotta play around with the cameras. Alright, so here's our fuel. What this all mean for free? Nobody's gonna argue with that. Try not to run into the fuel tanks. Alright, friends. Alright, we're gonna stop right here. And hopefully once we turn everything down, we will get the option to fuel our bird up. Alright, let's see if it'll work. Alright. It should have prompted us. Is this a fail? Is this a fail? That might be a fail. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll just pretend we... Where we need to be? Let's see here. This has got to be at fuel. We don't need that much. Left main, so we're just gonna, so I'll put it, we'll do, what should we do? 50% is gonna be more than enough. I mean, that's not that far of a flight. Yeah, we'll be fine on that, 50%. So we got our bird all fueled up, SimFans, so we can start it back up. We are again at Big Bear, and again, this is free scenery, and so do download it, put it in your community folder. If you know, that's how you add your third-party scenery. And I know some of you that are on, that got the Steam version, I think it's maybe a slightly different location, or the community folder is probably the same, but it's going to be in your Steam directory and then community, I would imagine. I might be incorrect in saying that, but if you have it either, I've got this, by the way, SimFans, with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. It's free if you are on that. I do not recommend purchasing it if you have Xbox Game Pass. Save your dollars and don't do the upgrades. Save your dollars for aircraft like this. And for scenery like we'll be flying into in San Diego. My humble recommendation, you do what you want. But I don't think there's any reason to spend that kind of money for the upgrade or for the premium version unless you really like the airports that come with it. But as you can see, like with the world updates that Asobo's coming out with, they're free anyway, so I wouldn't pay the money. Okay, so I pay the money for the you know, the standard version for sure if you don't have Xbox Game Pass. But if you have Xbox Game Pass, or for those of you that are interested and you want to try it out and you haven't bought it, you can get Xbox Game Pass, I think, for $1 for a month. So you could at least buy Xbox Game Pass for a month, install this for free, essentially, and try it out and see if you like it, if it'll perform well on your system, if you're wondering. All right, enough of that. Okay, so we're going to start her back up. So we're going back to our battery. All right, and let's see. Let's go back to left fuel tank. Clear. Gotta make sure we say that. We're lit. And now we gotta make sure that we get our track right. Almost forgot to do that. I've never done it on here, so let's see how this works. Nope. So we're going K-SAN, right? I hate this, by the way. I wish I could do this with my Bravo quadrant. I probably could if I just take the time to map it, but oh, it drives me nuts. It's like you just get off like a pixel and you're like all over the place. Who's with me? Who hates who hates manipulating the GPS in Flight Simulator? All right, K, and then SAN. Here we go, and want, oh, come on, SAN. So finicky. I'm gonna lose my shit, people. All right, come on, there we go. A, and then one over and N. There we go, San Diego, enter. So does this work? Yeah, there we go. So our desired track is 178. So we're gonna go over to air. Is it still working? Yep, still working. Okay, so we're gonna switch our mode selector. Aces, I know yours is on order, right? You've got your Bravo throttle quadrant on order, I think. So we're gonna put that on course. Again, they should do a white line on that. I gotta tell them that. So what, oh geez, what did I say? 178 desired track, so we're gonna go basically 180, and this goes by 10 degrees, so we gotta kind of click and hold until we get to 178. There we go. And we have it already on GPS. All right, so we're good there. And we'll leave it on the runway that we already flew in on, so we'll take off from that same runway, and I think we're good to go. Aces, did I miss anything? We're gonna go 13,500 because Aces set me straight on the 179, even though I think we should go 12,500. He's right. We should go 13.5. I just think it looks like we're going to the left, but Aces, you're absolutely right. Let's see here. Ace is down. Not to mention, if you get the upgrade to Premium or Premium Deluxe while on Game Pass, if you leave... Thank you. That's a good point. Let me read that again. So Ace has mentioned, not to mention, if you get the upgrade to Premium or Premium Deluxe while on Game Pass, if you leave Game Pass, you have the upgrade still, but the base sim is gone. Can't play it anymore. Thank you for pointing that out, Aces, because you're absolutely right. So keep that in mind, SimFans. Don't make that mistake. And I know there was a lot of confusion early on that people that had the Xbox Game Pass, they bought it for $1, they did the full upgrade, and then they let the Xbox Game Pass expire, and they couldn't play the game anymore because they didn't have the base sim. I think Microsoft fixed that in some respects in terms of like, never ever do the marketplace for your simulator to buy it. For Microsoft Flight Simulator, always go to the store to buy it because it's more clear there that you're buying either the full version or the upgrade. So Aces, thank you for pointing that out. That is really good. Aces, you say Bravo's supposed to ship in 2 days. Woo! Excellent, buddy. That is fantastic, my friend. All right, so let's go out on drone view, and we're going to take off. And am I moving? What the heck happened there? That was weird. Okay, let's go ahead, and we're gonna go take off from runway 26. So we're gonna taxi that way to the left. All right, turn off the parking brake. Now we're gonna get crazy, SimFans. So stick around because we're gonna do some crazy flying here because we want to test this Arrow out. None of this. We're just gonna do this straight and level flight. We're gonna put this thing through the ringer. We're going to do stalls. We're going to do spins. We're going to see if we can make it do spins. We are going to do rolls. We are going to do barrel rolls. We are going to do loops. We're going to see what this aircraft can do. All right. Of course, we're going to get to altitude that, would be... Uh-oh. No. Okay. Whew. I thought the sim was going to crash. But we're going to do some crazy stuff, SimFans. So stick around. Don't leave because we're going to have fun. Saturday night. We're losing an hour. Why not just stay up all night? No, we aren't going to do that. But, all right, here we go. Got to put a notch of flaps in, so with the Bravo Throttle Quadrant, we're going to do that. And normally we wouldn't be taxiing this fast, but hey, it's simulator. That's why we do it. Actually, I'll check, Aces, but the beacon, so part of the, it might not be. I might not have it on. Yeah, it's on. See? It's just very, very subtle. And that's one of the things that Just Flight mentioned is that, Aces, I'd rather have it be subtle, like true to real life. If it was this sunny, you wouldn't see it like, like X-Plane and some of the other aircraft where it has the starburst and the rather obnoxious lights that are way too bright in the daytime. And so one of the things that Just Flight mentioned that they were going to do is make those more realistic. So, but nonetheless, thank you for making sure I checked that. The beacon is on. All right, so here we go. We got to put up my... I forgot to trim. All right, here we go. Pause the brake, gear up. Check out this. Check out the Bravo Quadrant cam. Look at that. Look at the gear going green or off. They go off. Okay, well, that's the same thing, right? We'll say it is. And I love the trim wheel. I think that's actually my favorite thing about the Bravo Throttle Quadrant. Well, no, it's not. The autopilot's the favorite, but the trim wheel is the next. So, again, we're at 7,000 feet already. And, we got to climb out here. Oh, no problem. He says, hey, man, you're usually my co-pilot, making sure I'm checking that stuff out. So, not your bad. It's just good to check. No worries, buddy. Appreciate you mentioning it so I can double check. Because to be honest with you, I couldn't remember if it was still on, if I had turned it off or not. So appreciate the heads up, buddy. And once we get 400 feet above the ground level, we're going to take that last notch of flaps out. We're going to go outside because we love this aircraft and it is beautiful. Isn't that gorgeous? Gosh, I mean, the more I'm flying this, the more I love it. What the hell's happening with the frame rates, friends? Let me check my drive. Is it loading? Oh yeah, it's loading textures. That's what's happening. You know, one of the great things about Azure and the textures basically on demand, downloading and streaming, is that you don't have to have a ton of storage to fly Flight Simulator all over the world and see the real satellite imagery. But the downside of it is, when it's loading the textures, you're going to have this happen. There's always a trade-off, isn't there? There's always the good with the bad. We can't... It's okay. I think I'd rather save my storage and deal with this poor frame rate bullcrap every once in a while than have to spend like hundreds of dollars in storage. It's still loading though. Good grief. There we go. I think we just finally... by the way, watch for... I'm going to do a video coming up on how you can improve your performance in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I've got some tips and tricks of my own. I'm also going to give credit to those on YouTube and across the web on some tips and tricks there, but I thought I'd pull all that together and post it for all of you to benefit from. And some of that stuff I still need to do, to be honest. I'm running an i7-7700K 1080 NVIDIA GeForce card. My computer's 4.5 years old, so you all have hope. You can run Flight Simulator. If I can run it, I'm guessing most of you can run it. Charles, I think I would like this better to fly than the TBM. Yes, I do. Look at that mountaintop, friends. Are we gonna be able to clear that? Well, we might have to go around, and then yeah, we're gonna go around. That's too high. How beautiful. Well, let's cut through here. Let's see if we can't, you know, like they often say, now I've never done mountain flying. I don't know if any of you have done real life mountain flying, but you know, they talk about Death Canyon. Like, don't get yourself in a, you know, basically pinched off where you run out of altitude, or should say density altitude, and your aircraft can no longer climb or perform. And then you have a mountain straight ahead of you, mountain straight to the right of you, mountains to the left of you, and you want to go backwards and go back from where you came. Guess what, fans? If you wait too long, you're shit out of luck because you can't make the turn to get back. You'll stall your aircraft, and many people have died from trying that. And so I'm going to try to make sure we don't do that. And I think we'll be fine coming up here, given that we did our proper pre-flight check. And we're going to go 13,500, and we should be able to climb up before we get to that canyon right ahead of us. But in real life, I probably would go around to the right there. I wouldn't try taking this on. Ace is down. You're running a Xeon E5 and a GTX 980. It can run Ultra, but high is really good. Yeah, you've got better than I got. Charles, I am just going to have to find some tutorials on it. Yeah, I must have missed something, Charles. Tutorials on performance or what? Or on what to buy? I need to read up through the stream because I must have missed something. Do we want some in-flight music, SimFans? Whoops. Let's listen to some Loco. I mentioned he subscribed, and I have used his music. So Loco, this is for you, my friend. I appreciate you providing free music to all of us content providers. This is to you. A little bit of a jazz kick. Oh, by the way, want to see something cool? This is what I love about Microsoft Flight Simulator SimFans, is the fact that you can, and hopefully I don't crash the sim by doing this, like X-Plane. How many of you have X-Plane and fly an X-Plane? In chat, mention if you do. But I can do real-time, like, how bad is this? You know, we hear the jazz, we gotta go dark, I think. This is when it gets scary if you're not on an IFR route. You really want to make sure you dot your I's, cross your T's, and do proper flight planning. Because if you don't have much light like we don't have here, you don't know what mountains might be ahead of you. I know I'm stating the obvious, but I think it's kind of cool to be able to, you know, do this. Just change it on the fly. So again, this is Loco. You can find it in the comments. A link to the site where he has a lot of his songs. He's got a lot. He's got a lot of stuff. I like his jazz stuff. How beautiful is that, fans? Look at that aircraft. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's beautiful. Look at the reflection off the windshield. That glare. Oh, the other thing you'll notice in Microsoft Flight Simulator is you'll sometimes get the vortices, the wind vortices off of the tops of the mountains that you have to deal with. I realize I'm going the wrong direction, but we need to get over this these mountains. Yep. So I'm not going over. You see what that mountain is? You know when you see snow caps, you know that shit is high. You know that's a high mountain. I want to keep us safe, fans. I'm gonna get us there in one piece, I promise you. So that's pretty high altitude stuff. We're gonna kind of loop around here and come back in. This isn't a jet. We're losing altitude. Oh, Charles, you said on this plane, yeah. Yeah, so Pilot's Operator Handbook, you could probably pick that up. There's probably a PDF somewhere online, Charles. And I don't know if, yeah, this is probably study level. So you could probably pick this up and do, pick up the POH for this online, and it probably is pretty true. Because Just Flight did collaborate with real-world Piper Arrow pilots. And so it should be pretty accurate. So Stasis Down, recommendation, maybe you should put some vids together on how to use the Arrow III, startup best climbs, how to use the systems, etc. Charles Johnson has a great point. Maybe do your take. Yeah, thank you, Aces Down. Always got great ideas. I appreciate that, my friend. And Charles, yeah, I'll put that on the list. I think that would be good, and I'll do my take on it. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Aces, and thank you, Charles. Watch for that. Love the ideas, because I mean, if I can help any of you, yeah, not streams but shorts. Yep, for sure. Yeah, streams get a little bit long, Probably like I did if you checked out the how to enable the FPS counter. That's probably like a 2.5 minute. It probably was even too long for that, but no, I appreciate the feedback. I'm still learning, so thank you all for your suggestions. It's going to help me get the stuff that you want available out on my channel. So I absolutely love that you give me these recommendations. So thank you so much. I'll do that. Yeah, I'm still seeing how good this aircraft is, and so far I give it a 2 thumbs up. I give it a 2 thumbs up. I would say this. I will now say this. You guys get a preview of when I do the review of this aircraft, but I will give this a 2 thumbs up. I'm not going to give it a 10 out of 10, but I'm going to give it the best. I will say this. It's the best add-on general aviation aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator up to this point. $45, it's steep. I won't argue there, but I would get this before the Carinado. Carinado has one out there. Now, to be fair, I haven't flown it, but I've got 2 Carinado aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator already. The PA-44 and the M20R Ovation. They're great aircraft. I would recommend them, actually, but they're not to this level of flight model. They're beautiful, they look good, but they're not to this level of the flight model. And I've got quite a few Carinado aircraft and X-Plane. So I would really recommend this one if you can part with $45. That's pretty steep. Let's not ignore that fact. Is it worth 45 bucks? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. I'll say it is. I'm gonna go on a ledge and say yes, it's worth it. You know, we got the CRJ coming out. That's gonna be. We talked about this Aces. What was that gonna be? 80 bucks, I think. So $60, not $80. I think it was like 80 bucks if you got the add-ons, the 900 and 1000 versions, because they're gonna do a package for the variable additional models. Oh wow, okay, Charles. Charles says a guy did short vids for the CRJ, he flies in real life. Yeah, as Ace has asked, who is that? Alright, Aces, we'll see you soon. See, we're getting around this, friends, and notice we went around. See that mountaintop that has the white caps? That's how I know I am not going that route. I don't think I could climb that much to get above it before we needed to. So we're going to make our way back to our course line, which is right here. So we went around. We probably could have gone this way. I don't know. 6 to 1, half dozen the other, right? Alright, let's see. I'm going to just keep hand flying at SimFans. We got to get up to 13,500. Let's take some fuel. I mean, so probably we'll get more performance if we take this mixture out of it. So, like, watch this. As I move, watch the Bravo. I got to make sure we're flying level. See, we're starting to, I got to watch my attitude indicator. But as I pull my mixture out, look, it goes down. Listen to the engine. So we took it about half out, and we're actually getting more RPMs out of it. A heck of a lot more. So keep that in mind when you're flying high altitude. God, isn't that cool? And as I promised you, we'll do some fun maneuvering when we get up to pattern altitude. When we get up to our cruise altitude. We'll do some stalls again, and we'll do some crazy stuff, and see if we can't keep ourselves from dying. My pledge to you. we will land in San Diego safely. Unless we find a bug in this aircraft, and that's what we're doing tonight, SimFans. We're seeing if we can't give information back to Just Flight. We found one bug already on this flight. Let's see if we can't find more. $13,500. Let's look at that mountain. Let's go outside. All right, so I'm going to turn the landing light off. And since it doesn't work with Alpha Flight Controls right now out of the box, we got to go down here. Why is that on still? Oh, it wasn't. Is my taxi light on? It's kind of odd. Looks like the light's on, doesn't it? No. Those are some tall mountains, friends. Woo! Boy, oh boy. Wouldn't want to get caught in that. So I was doing the X-Plane Thursday night, doing the Zibo 737, and I think I convinced a couple of you to install X-Plane again on your hard drives, just for the flyby view. How many of us missed the flyby view? Oh my gosh, I missed the flyby view. It's off. All right. The landing light was off, but I don't. It was like that. But that light's on. That's maybe the taxi light, but I don't. What the hell? Let's figure this out. That's a panel. Cycled that one. Keto heat. That's just a panel. I don't know. Oh well. Somebody up here. Yeah, Haste is down. Possibly buy X-Plane for the first time. That's exactly right. Yeah, the F-Mod sounds of the Zibo. Woo! I'll tell you. That is some really, really good sound. I mean, this is good sound, but I'll tell you, the Zibo, the F-Mod sounds, and X-Plane, and given the Zibo's free, that's good stuff. California is such a beautiful state, though, isn't it? So how many of you are convinced to buy the Arrow 3 from Just Flight? Any of you want to chime in? Do you think it looks like it's worth $45? About 600 feet, 650 feet away from our cruise altitude, finally. Boy, doesn't it feel like we have a lot of labor in climbing this thing up to that altitude? But Aces, you asked what the ceiling is, and it's 15,000, so we're not far from that, buddy. But, you know, we're not going to need supplemental oxygen. Actually, Ace says the supplemental oxygen, isn't that when we're above 12,500? If we're above that over 30 minutes? Isn't that the rule? I never do high altitude flying. So we probably should have supplemental oxygen if we're going to fly at 13,500 for over 30 minutes. I'm trying to remember what that is. Right, 12,000, I was right, 12,500 feet. If you're above that and mean sea level for over 30 minutes, you will need supplemental oxygen. So, I mean, in real life, we could fly at this altitude for 30 minutes, but if we're gonna go beyond 30 minutes, we would need oxygen tanks, SimFans. That's how high we are right now. But given this is a simulator, I'm not going to require you all to put on your oxygen masks right now. Aces says, I never did high altitude either, but yeah, I recall something like that, but no epoxy in a sim. That's right. That's right, Aces. This, again, the beauty of sim flight. Yeah, that just occurred to me. I'm like, wait a minute, what are the requirements when you're above a certain altitude? So we're above that, and if you're over, you absolutely need supplemental oxygen if you go above 15,000, period. All right, let's see. I'm not sure. I think these are maybe, I don't know if these are AI or if these are real world, or real world, if they're actually sim pilots, like online, multiplayer. Now we can get back to our course, SimFans, and we can finally put back in the autopilot. And you know what? We're probably fine to descend below 12,500 now. I mean, we're beyond those mountains. That's why we had that minimum altitude. So we probably could dip down. So we could probably dip down to 11,500, but we'll just cruise at 13,500 since we got up this high and it took us that long to get up here. How's that sound? How far do we have to go here, SimFans? We have only 32 minutes. We'll be landing in San Diego. And what I plan on doing is, there's an airport, I can't remember what it is, but we stayed at Coronado. Well, we didn't stay at the Coronado Hotel, but we stayed at, I'm trying to remember what it was called. There was a resort that we stayed at. I'm going to fly us by it, and then we're going to do a touch and go by an airport close to it, and then we'll go back and land in San Diego. But that way we can go past the Coronado Hotel, Coronado Bridge. Latin VFR did a really, really good job. Check out my scenery review. It was when I was getting started with my channel. So I was pretty amateur. but do check it out because I do a review of the scenery and I think it's worth it. I've always wanted Latin VFR scenery ever since when I was on X-Plane, but they didn't make it for X-Plane. And so when I jumped on to Microsoft Flight Simulator and they had made it for Prepared, for those of you who have Prepared, you know, they have it for that. It's like, oh, sweet, I can actually have Latin VFR scenery now. Again, SimFans, if you haven't already, appreciate you joining me tonight. Smash up that thumbs up button, do a like on the video, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Do appreciate you being with me tonight. You are the reason I do this. It takes time, a lot of time, but it's fun, it's rewarding, and the reason it is because of all of you. So thank you. I appreciate all of you watching and joining with me tonight. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here doing this. It's because of you I'm doing this. Still need to get over here and get back on course. And as I mentioned before, if I am able to get a hold, I don't know how difficult, I suspect the Charlie pedals from Honeycomb will be hard to come by. I do have the Thrustmaster TPR pedals. I will do a order on the Charlie, pre-order those. I would, you know, if you're interested in those, I think they'll be good. And once I get them, I'm going to put them up and do a review against the TPR pedals, and I will be offering them up to those that are followers. And so if somebody out there doesn't get a chance to get those, I might even throw a little discount on them too, because I'll have them opened up and try them out. So if I get them, I don't know, but I don't need to keep them. I want one of you to be able to have them because I love my TPR. I've already got rudder pedals. It would be really bad for me to keep them. Charles says, everybody click your glass and say a toast to us. Absolutely, Charles. Astrovia. Cheers. Toast to you, my friend and friends. And if my channel keeps growing, I promise you I will remember all of you that have been with me along the ride. And if it doesn't, I'm still grateful for all of you, and I'm fine with it just staying where it is right now. Because there's a part of it where it's like nice to be, like Ace, as you mentioned, you know, just more just like laid back and down to earth, that sort of thing. But I will not forget my sim fans. YouTube is pretty hard to get followers, but you know what? If you remain true to your viewers, I'm finding this out, and I've always wanted to be this way. You remain true to your viewers and provide good content that actually provides value to them, and either entertainment or tutorials or something like that. I mean, I'm stating the obvious, aren't I? But I think the key is to be real. Aces, I do think that's right. I think that was the price, or about that. Yeah, I think it was around 60 bucks. I think you're right. And yeah, like you said there, I think it was additional $25 for, as you stated there, the 900,000. Yeah, I think that's right. That sounds right. I remember it being around 80 bucks, $85 maybe for the whole deal. For some reason I just can't stay on course. I'm hand flying it, so that's part of my problem. Let's get on course. We can engage the autopilot here, friends. All right, Sim fans, are you ready for some crazy flying? Should we do some crazy flying? We're at 13,000 450. Let's go back through the power on stall, power off stall, and then we'll do some crazy stuff. See if we can't put this aircraft through the ringer and see if we can survive. All right, here we go. So we're gonna do a power on stall. Gonna put a mixture there. They're all full. I got it all the way back. Look at that. I do. I wish you could see this. I should turn my camera. This is true, though. This is what this aircraft does. It'll sit there and just... I mean, I'm putting in right aileron. Damage is on, Aces. I'm doing the real thing, man. You know me. I'm not gonna cheat. But I've got my yoke all the way back. I'm gonna do this. Look at this. I've got the yoke all the way back. Putting in a little right rudder. And as you can see, and I'll just drop it down. Look how stable that aircraft is. That's gonna, you know, insane. And that's pretty much true. I mean, that's what this aircraft does. It is so stable, SimFans. It is amazingly stable. All right, we're gonna set up for a power off stall. Put our landing gear down. Gotta do some trim. We're gonna put our flaps down like, you know, like we mean to land. And this is simulating again. We're going to come in for landing. And as you can see, I've got this sucker like pulled back. It's as far as I can go, fans, and this bird doesn't want to stall. And I'll tell you, in real life, I did my PPL with the not the Arrow, but the Warrior, and you can do this. This is real. This is true. So if anybody wants to say, no, it never stalls, it doesn't stall right. No, this is really the way it goes. I can't stall it. Put up the gear. There we go. Drop down. So there's the power on, power off stall. Alright, now let's do some other crazy shit. I wish we had a flyby view though, honestly. So we'll just do a standard roll. You can tell, I mean, this isn't a plane that's built for this, right? That seems about right though. Honestly, I've never done a roll in an Arrow, nor should you. They actually tell you not to do a roll. I've done 8-ton pylons. Obviously the stall stuff. Let's go to the right. You gotta push that forward. Oh no, what's going on? I overstressed the aircraft. Sorry for killing us, fans, but I thought we could have some fun with that. Ace is down, yeah. It's yelling at you like my ex used to yell at me. I might have to go back. I didn't think I overstressed it, so, but maybe I did. But, you know, this aircraft is not built to do aerobatic maneuvers, so in real life, I would never do that, but in simulator, of course I would. All right, let's get this camera back on to our Bravo throttle. Yeah, he's just, that's okay though. We're having fun. That's what it's all about, right? So what we're gonna do now is I'm just gonna load up Latin VFR San Diego because I know many of you wanted to see that. So we're just gonna load that up and we are going to take off and fly around San Diego for a little bit. How about that? But see, that's the fun stuff, Aces, we get to do in simulator that we don't do in real life, right? We can do that kind of crap, but but that's kind of the fun. We got to see. I got to go back, and the beauty of recording this is I can go back and see where my airspeed was, like, because I don't think I overstressed the aircraft. That maybe I did, but I think that might be a bug. Because I mean, if I look at my airspeed indicator, I'll go back and look because I don't think I was. Well, actually, I can look at it right now. I'm verifying this right now, SimFans, because I don't think I overstressed it. Okay, on the left, we were in the green and the white arc. I'm looking. You guys can because I DVR this. You can go back and look too. I'm verifying because if it isn't, I'm gonna send this shit to Just Flight and be like, I wasn't even close to overstressing the aircraft. That's bullshit. Although they could probably come back and argue like you shouldn't be doing barrel rolls in the Piper Arrow III. And I would have to say, you got me. That's BS, man. I was not overstressing the aircraft. We found a bug in the aircraft, and we'll be sending it. All of us will be sending it to Just Flight because we didn't overstress that. That is not on me, guys. It's not on me, fans. That's bull crap. We didn't overstress that. It's kind of like when I take off with the Coronado aircraft. I pull back on the pull back on the elevator and on the yoke, and I'll be going like 60, 70 knots, taking off nice and smooth, and Microsoft Flight Simulator goes to a black screen like it just did there, and said I overstressed the aircraft. So there's some bugs still, I guess, but truth be told, I shouldn't be barrel rolling this aircraft. But that's the fun of simming, right? We can do that stuff. I don't have a G meter, no, but still, I wasn't pulling that hard on it. There's no way I overstressed that, Aces. You're right. I don't have a G. I don't have a G meter, but there's no way I was pulling enough G's to stress that out. But it's definitely. I mean, it even says in the POH, "Don't do what I just did." So maybe it is. Maybe I did overstress it. I don't know. Could be. I mean, it's not designed for aerobatic maneuvers, right? So most people shouldn't be doing that, but that's why we're having fun tonight. We're gonna try it out. Okay, so here we are. Where are we at? Are we back at? Oh, jeez. We're back at. We're back at Las Vegas. Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna change that up. Okay, so let's get this reset, and I'm gonna reset the flight here, SimFans. We're gonna go from, and you can walk through this with me. We're gonna go to main menu, and we're gonna reset this to San Diego. So we're gonna take off from San Diego. We'll do a touch and go. I can't remember what the airport is. I'll have to. We don't need to know. I know where it's at. That's the important thing. We'll fly to it. We'll touch and go. And then we'll fly around the San Diego area, and then we'll finish up the stream. Again, thank you all for joining me tonight. Ace is down, Charles. Let's see, who else we got? We got Frank, of course. Thank you, Frank. Thank you all for joining. Let me go to my participants list here. So again, thank you, Aces Down, Charles. Certainly, Money. I know you are chatting in there. Recon Delta. Some of you may already be offline now. Conrad, do appreciate all of you coming online tonight, flying with me. Incredibly Matt, of course. Don't want to forget you. I do appreciate all of you, SimFans and friends. I do appreciate every single one of you for joining me tonight. And this is what it's all about. I'll tell you what, I do a lot of posts and just like tutorials and reviews and stuff, but I prefer the live stream because that gives me a chance to talk with all of you and see the conversations. I know, Aces, you've been having chats with Charles and seeing, you know, you guys talk among each other, and that's what it's all about. We're community friends. That's what this is all about. All right, so we're gonna go to San Diego, beautiful Latin VFR. So we're gonna load up KSAN, and we've got to start it up from cold and dark, right? I mean, it's not that difficult with this kind of airplane, so we'll just do this. And let me go closer to make sure that I've got the right area. No, and see, I don't. I want to be here. So 1028 is usually what I do. Set as departure. So that's how we do that. We're not going to select arrival airport because we're just going to fly around. And let's make sure that we've got 12:57 p.m. We'll do a launch, and we'll get going here again. So hopefully you all are okay with the fact that I overstressed the aircraft and wrecked us, just to try to see what would happen while we were doing barrel rolls. I wanted to do a loop. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to do that, so maybe I'll try it here when we, after we do a touch and go at the airport along the west coast here. After we take off from San Diego, I'll do a loop, see if we can't overstress the airplane again. Let's see, we got some more chat here. So it looks like Aces, you got several things here. Short SD tour and some pattern work, always a good thing. Most YouTubers I see want all to go right. It's fun to see what can happen when it goes wrong. Yeah, right? Okay, well, hey, that's good feedback. Maybe this can be the channel for what happens when we test things to the limit and it goes wrong. Yeah, good. And then Aces, you say, I've been loving the stream and the chat interactions tonight. Thanks, Charles Johnson. And yeah, see, that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's about us. It's about our community. It's about our community, helping each other out. That's what we're here for. And Aces, I do appreciate you. You are awesome, my friend. You have been here on every live stream I think that I can think of, and always providing great interaction with other sim fans as yourself and as me, and do appreciate that, buddy. You've been great, and all of you again, thank you so much. All right, so we're gonna get this loaded up. Hopefully soon. And by the way, it doesn't matter if you have an M.2 NVMe drive. From what I've heard, this simulator still takes forever to load. I'm trying to determine if I should have one more. I don't know. Probably should be done. I sometimes get to having so much fun and having too many drinks that I don't know if I should have another one. Okay, so here we are in beautiful Latin VFR scenery, sim fans. Let's take a look. Let's take a look around. As you can see, the elevation is true to life. If you've been to San Diego, as I have many times, that interstate right there and freeway is right on. And there we have our beautiful San Diego area. Okay. And let's go ahead and let's move forward and let's check out, I can't remember, I think they have the USS Midway up here as well, I think. Who wants to ride on that ship? Not me. Here's the Midway. Oh my God. You know what? I think I have an idea. Should we try to land on that? Should we? I don't know. What about trying to land on that? We could try landing the Piper Arrow on the USS Midway. Or should we just land back at San Diego? Put it in chat. I would be crazy enough to try to land on that if you want. It might be fun. Because that might be fun. We should try it. I think we should try it. Tell me in chat if you want me to try to land on that. But then off in the distance here, you can see the Coronado Bridge. So that is looking pretty cool. All right, so let's get this. Ooh, our frame rates. Good God, what's happening? Okay, so if you want to know how to do FPS and to do that, all you got to do, and I'll show you really quick, SimFans, since we're starting fresh, is, and I have a short on this. Go to your general, go to developers, turn your developer mode to on. You'll get this menu like you'd have in like Word and Excel. Hit options, go down to display FPS, and now we can see what our frames per second are. And as we can see, we're at like 30, 31. The thing I like about this, SimFans, we'll do apply and save and go back. So we can see as we're flying around here in San Diego, we can see where it's at. But like, look at that. Like, we're dropped to 25, 26. And you can see what goes in red. What is it bottlenecking on? And so that main thread, I believe, is the CPU. But the thing that I don't quite get yet is, like, I'll often bring up the task manager, and like the CPU will still have room to play. It'll be like at 60, 80%. The GPU sometimes will be at the same, and it's like, well, why isn't there more cycles attributed to that? And I'm not quite sure yet. I got to figure that out, because as you can see, like the GPU here, it's yellow, but overall we're red, and that's the main thread. So that's probably one of our main CPU cores that is our bottleneck. So anyway, just really quick to show you all that. It might be useful, especially if you're playing around with your graphics settings. But if we go outside here, so we're still pretty much the same. We're at like 25, 28. I would recommend this over like Fraps or even GeForce Experience, because those programs actually will use some of your processing to even just display that and figure it out, you know, computations and that, where this is native within Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I think this is probably good to use if you want to keep an eye on your frame rates. Okay, well, I'm going to take a quick break. I apologize, I'm going to take a quick break. I need to hit the RR, and I will be back in, give me 2 to 3 minutes, SimFans. Please stick around, and I'll be right back with you. I'll put on some tunes. I realize that it is past midnight, so for those of you that are tired, I get it. Thank you for joining me. I am going to do just a quick flight. We're going to be wrapping it up here fairly short, but I think I might try to land on the USS Midway and see if we can't die on that. So we're going to have some fun with that. Stick around if you're still wide-eyed and not completely tired and dozing off, and I'll be right back with you, SimFans, in just a few moments. Thank you. Here we go. Okay, SimFans. Let's wrap this night up with some fun, shall we? So we are going to take off from beautiful San Diego. Let me turn the freight rate counter up. Man, that's not good, is it? 20? Really isn't. 22 frames. I need a new build. I really do. Let's turn the frame rate counter off so we don't have that distracting us. And we're going to turn the developer mode off, and so we can see everything that we need to see. And yeah, we'll just hope for the best here. All right, so we'll get this started. Mixture full. What's going on? Let's try the fuel pump. I'm gonna add a little, it's because I don't have throttle in there. Try it again. Certainly can't be out of fuel. What? It is. It's off. Ha! Well, that's a first. It was turned off. Well, that would make a difference, wouldn't it? We're going to light it up now. All right. That was weird. That's a first. Started up, it's always been on left tank, and then it was on, I know we restarted this, but it's always been on left tank, and then it was off. Huh. Just Flight trying to throw in a little curveball for us, huh? All right, well, that's okay. That's what happens when you don't use the checklist. All right, so we're gonna go to the right, we're gonna take off, and we're gonna fly around here and see what we can see. So this is where it gets kind of funky. Like I'll hit the, notice the brake isn't working. So then I go here, and then I found that if I do this, and I hit it again, now it's off. Now it'll work. Like if I turn it on and I turn it off. I don't know, it's like an initialization thing. I don't get it. Must be a bug or something, but let's put a notch of flaps down. There we go, over here so we can taxi correctly. Ups or down. You can see the frame rates, SimFans, are not the greatest in the world. Frank Rose, welcome back, my friend. Are you done with your shift for the night? Hopefully. Huh, just finished loading a Dreamliner? That is flippin' cool, man. 787? What do you think? That is pretty sweet. Frank, you missed us. We were doing barrel rolls with this Piper Arrow, and we were going to do a loop, but I overstressed the aircraft and crashed us. So, but thankfully we resurrected and we're alive again. So we're about to take off. Frank, we are going to have some fun tonight because we are going to take off from San Diego Latin VFR, and we are going to go along the West Coast for just a short run. I want to show all of you where I stayed with my family for a week. There was a pretty neat resort. I can't remember the name of it, but then we're going to try to land, Frank, on the USS Midway. We're going to try it. So, Frank, we're doing crazy stuff tonight. That's what our objective is. We did the full flight. From originally, I did the proper stuff, just aces. I did the proper flight. We went from Las Vegas to geez, where did we go? Big Bear, and So we did that flight, and then after that, we were like, well, let's have some fun. So we decided as a group we'd go ahead and fly from Big Bear to San Diego, where we're at now. And then, of course, I crashed us because I was trying to do barrel rolls in an aircraft that you shouldn't be doing barrel rolls in. And so now we're going to do it again. We're going to take off from San Diego, and we're going to fly along the coast, do a touch and go at another airport. I could look it up, but I don't remember, but I know where it is. We're going to do a touch and go, and then we're going to maybe do a loop. And as long as I don't crash the aircraft again, overstressing it, we're going to try to land on the USS Midway. So we're going to have some fun. This is not something that you would normally do, of course. But Frank, we figured we'd have some fun because that's what simulation is all about, right? We could do the kind of stuff that we never would do in real life. That's why we have simulators. Well, one of the reasons anyway. So anyway, let's go ahead and we'll take off. Welcome back, Frank. It's good to have you, buddy. Frank, you're asking, would you do a flight from YVR to LAS? Yes, I will. I'll put that on the list, pal. We'll do that. All right, here we go, SimFans. Throttle up. We got a couple aircraft right ahead of us. These are probably actual people flying, is my guess. Positive rate, gear up. Let's go over by the Coronado Hotel, take a look at that. But first, let's look at this beautiful scenery. Why is that not going up? That's weird. Oh, I know why it isn't. Oh my god. See? This is, SimFans, why you have to make sure. There it goes. So I have, they've got to fix this in my opinion. Okay, is this aircraft good? Yes. It's great. But come on, Just Flight. Make it work with our controls. Because I've got like my master battery on. I've got my alternator on. But even though those are turned on and I can hear everything, keep in mind, SimFans, you gotta put them on in the virtual cockpit, otherwise stuff won't happen. So now our gear's up. Anyway, that's kind of annoying, but you know, I'm sure they're gonna fix it. But you know, I would have thought that Just Flight would have like tested this out with the Alpha Flight Controls Bravo Throttle Quadrant. I mean, come on, guys, $45. A lot of people have these now. You should be testing that out. But we're going to give them benefit of the doubt. They're probably focused on the flight model, which I'd prefer them to focus on. You know, so let's give them a pass for now. But Just Flight, keep it in mind. Test your stuff out with your, you know, the controls that we're all using. If Just Flight is watching this, which they won't be, but test that out. We want our stuff to work. When we're paying $45 out of the gate on your add-ons, we should expect it to work on with one of the most amazing controllers that are out there. Come on, seriously. I mean, Honeycomb is partnering with Lobo and Microsoft. How do you not test that shit out? All right, I'm done with my mini rant. Sorry. But it's good for you all to be aware of this stuff, right? I mean, you're paying that kind of money for a add-on. It should work. Yeah, right, Asus. They probably couldn't get them in time. No kidding. Okay, so we're gonna fly. So here's the downtown San Diego. Beautiful, right? Isn't it beautiful, friends? And we're gonna fly under the bridge. We're gonna do a little bit of Red Hot Chili Peppers under the bridge downtown. All right, so we're gonna fly under the bridge, and if I crash, we're just gonna reload it because I don't care, fans. I'm just having fun with all of you. That's all I'm doing. But this is pretty nice. I mean, and we've been here several times and driven over this bridge, and it is absolutely amazing scenery. I would definitely pick this up. And those people in those cars are going, what the hell is he doing? What is he doing? No! Are you kidding? You gotta be kidding me, right? We're just bug testing. What? I mean, okay. And it says you failed to properly deploy landing gear. Now, just to let all of you know, I'm not normally going to be doing crazy shit like this. I just felt like tonight, you know, we finished our main flight, and I thought we'd have some fun, but I guess we're just picking out all the bugs in Flight Simulator here, because how many people are doing this crazy stuff? Probably not many. And, you know, there might be something to be said about it being a flight simulator that you are supposed to be doing stuff to real life, but... Yeah, Ace says that's exactly what it is. It was a wall. I think you're right, man. I think you're absolutely right. That was like it was in the game, it was coded as a building or something. Huh. Well, yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. All right, well, we're going to take off again. All right, well, we won't try to do that, SimFans. What is this saying? The origins of the arrow starts with the PA-28 Cherokee, which began... I missed it. Just Flight have... I missed it. I had my selfie in the way. Sorry about that. I wanted to see what that was saying. All right, well, let's not do that again. All right, let's do this quick. SimFans, sorry about that. So see, I gotta turn all that crap on. Of course, it's still off, right? Of course. Well, we know that now. All right. I'm not gonna mess around. We're just gonna get going here. See, there's still some bugs here, SimFans. Still some bugs. Oh, now look at this. Another bug. See, it's off, but we're oh, I know what it is. Tie downs, right? Yep. And see, it wasn't on last time, which is chocks, tie downs. Now we're gonna start rolling. Okay. We can turn off that fuel pump. We're not gonna waste any time. We're just gonna take off. Screw it. I do want to try to land. If we can land on USS Midway, I will definitely call this a successful ending to the stream. And we'll just stop there. We won't even land back here. Actually, if we crash, we'll just end it there. Because I know it's late. But thank you all for staying with me. Alright, here we go, SimFans. Ready to take off. At this point, we don't care. We just want to have fun. Is our Bravo camera still working? Positive rate, gear up. This time, because we have our batteries on, the gear's going up. Doesn't that look awesome though? I don't know where the truck and the car, I mean, talk about doing a 180 turn. Alright, we're positive rate. We got the gear up, we got the flaps up. Well, now we know we can't go under the Coronado Bridge. Right? Good grief. Never tried it before, so now we know. All right. Thank you, Aces. Bravo Cam is still working. Appreciate that feedback. Frank, are you still with us? Frank, you better, if you are with us, you better tell those pilots that are flying Air Canada, if they fly into San Diego, they better not try to fly underneath the Coronado Bridge, because it'll be like hitting a wall, because, you know, they do that, right? Oh, but this has been fun, SimFans. I've had a lot of fun with all of you tonight, and you know, I'll do my serious flying, but this is all for fun. All right, we're gonna go over the Hotel Coronado, Hotel California. Great song by the Eagles, of course. All right, so this is a Hotel Coronado. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. All right. So this, I mean, I think they did a good job here, because I've been here, fans, several times, and it is very, very well done. You got the beach, you got the hotel, got the pool, like you even see the pool right there. How gorgeous is that? I mean, well done. And for 20 bucks, SimFans, I would definitely recommend it. I don't even think I'm going to attempt a loop at this point, because I don't want us to have to restart again, because we're going to, we need to wrap it up, because it is getting late, I realize. Some people are dropping off, and that's fine, I get it. We're going to do a touch and go, and then we're going to try to land on USS Midway, and we'll call it a night. But yeah, so we stayed, and this is pretty neat area here. Like, you just drive along the coast here of the Pacific, and there is a resort. God darn it, I can't remember what it's called now. Yeah, I don't know, Aces. We might have lost Frank. I don't know if he's still on here or not, but it's pretty cool that he did jump on. We'll have to do the flight that he mentioned. But I think, let's see here. This is... I think this is where we were. Yeah, this is it. So this was the resort we stayed at, and it was a pretty nice place. I can't remember the name of it, so I'm sorry I can't give you that. But yeah, I remember the tennis courts. So yeah, like those tennis courts, I remember those tennis courts. I remember driving in here and staying in one of those buildings, and all the, look at our shadow, our airplane shadow. But I do remember the boats and everything there. That's the beauty of Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's like you can actually fly over places that you've been. So if you don't have Microsoft Flight Simulator, at the very least, you know, if you get it, you can fly over locations around the world that you've been at, and that's part of the fun. It's a pretty neat thing that we have this kind of technology today, fans, that we can do that. Like when they say fly over your house, you can fly over your house. That is no shit. That is the truth. You can fly over your house. It's not going to be exactly the way your house is, but Shark AI, so there's satellite imagery that Asobo's done, but then with Bing, right? And then Shark AI comes in, and then they do this 3D rendering, which makes, they base that off of the imagery, of the satellite imagery, and do an algorithm to best figure out what your house or what that building should look like. And they do a pretty darn good job of it. And so much better than like remember the AutoGen? All the AutoGen stuff? And so, you know, the AutoGen is okay, but it doesn't bring that much realism like this does to the simulator environment. So, SimFans, I just can't say enough about what Asobo's done. Shark AI, is it Black Shark AI? Shark AI, I can't remember for sure. But the developers have done, and I love that Microsoft is investing in Asobo and their partners and all of us to bring this back to us. But I'll tell you what right now, fans, Microsoft is not dumb. They know that this world environment with Azure and the streaming, we're going to see this in all kinds of games. I'm telling you right now. Like when you're playing Cyberpunk or you're playing maybe Grand Theft Auto or some of the other games in the future, Microsoft is going to license this technology, and you're going to be flying. You're going to be driving, flying, shooting, moving around our real world, our entire planet. Just mark my words, this is going to happen. I know it is. Here's our airport that I want to land at. But you know it's coming. I mean, Microsoft's not stupid. They know there's all kinds of possibilities with this. All right, we're gonna put our gear down, and I think it's exciting, so I don't care. That's awesome. So we got our gear down, we got our flaps down. Side slip to a landing. Let's try it again. All right, I take it back. That does feel pretty real. I think. I'm telling you what, right now, SimFans. I think Just Flight's done a really bang up job on this aircraft. The more I fly it, the more I like it, which is good because normally it's the other way around, right? You start finding all the stuff that's wrong. I'm finding more of the stuff that's right. So we're gonna land here. We're gonna do a takeoff and go, touch and go, take off and go. Wow, it's getting late, isn't it? So we're gonna pull our throttle out. We're gonna just do a quick touch and go. You have to pull this back quite a ways. All right, wheel down, flaps up. Put it's kind of, I don't know, the trim wheel on the Bravo Throttle Quadrant is, I mean, you kind of run into the gear lever because it's all kind of cramped in here, as you can see. I love it. I'm not dissing it at all, but there's some things that aren't perfect about it. But for $250, I can pretty much say it's perfect. But that's kind of annoying when you're doing the trim wheel and you keep hitting into the gear lever. But you know what? It's fine. Ace is down. Let me see what you put here because I've been flying and not paying attention. They've made a platform they can now sell to other game developers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's exactly right. That's exactly right. Because I mean, you know, like many of them done, like you know, Doom and Unreal, all the Unreal Engine. You know, it's basically an engine. It's a world engine. They're gonna be able to sell this to like any company or developer, and hell yeah, man. It's a good thing. I think it's a good thing, don't you? SimFans, don't you think this is a good thing that they're... I mean, they've got a real world environment. Okay, so first of all, like, I don't know how many of you have played Grand Theft Auto, but how cool would it be to play, like, drive down Grand Theft Auto and actually see buildings in the city that are true to life, or even racing and seeing. You know, I'm going to be doing some more iRacing. I'm going to... By the way, I got the Fanatec wheel, the Fanatec shifter, the Fanatec Club Sport pedals, and I'm going to get back into iRacing. I actually was doing that really religiously, and I was in the Class A. I was almost to the next level in that I could actually... Well, probably not quite, you know, racing with, like... Dale Earnhardt Jr. or anything, but I was getting pretty up there in the rankings, and but I dropped it because it is expensive. But I'm thinking about getting back into it because I've got the Fanatec wheel and the pedals and the shifter, so I might do a different channel for that, because this channel I really want to be focused on flight simming, because I know most of you want to look at flight simming, so. Let me know if, I mean, again, the channel that I'm doing is for all sim stuff, but, you know, let me know what your thoughts are. Yeah, right? So Ace says, definitely not a good thing, break into your own house in GTA. Yeah, right, man. And then you also said, on that trim wheel, I see you use your hand flat to trim, works well. Try using hand upside down to do the same from the bottom to do the trim. Yeah, that's a good point. I probably should do that. I'm so used to like the real aircraft, I always do the top, but that's a good suggestion, Aces. Thank you. I'll see if that might work better. Okay, so we're coming back to San Diego. Let's enable Track IR. God, isn't that beautiful, fans? Like, tell me that is not gorgeous. Look at that Latin VFR scenery. And I'm telling you right now, that is so real. So real. All right, SimFans. So, because you all stayed with me this evening, this is my treat to you. We are going to try to land this aircraft like it was a Corsair, or what else do we have for land with the World War II aircraft that landed on carriers? Help me out, Aces, because Aces down. That's you love the World War II aircraft. But we're gonna try to land this bird on the carrier, okay? So stick around, because this is what we're doing for fun tonight, SimFans. And I am going to go in a ball of flames. I can almost guarantee you we are not going to live through this. But if we do, you're going to have to post in chat. By the way, if you haven't already, please smash up the thumbs up button. Do a like on the video if you like it. Do subscribe. I do appreciate all of you very, very, very much. Thank you for flying with me tonight. Good times ahead. Appreciate all of you, SimFans, very, very much. Thank you. All right, so we're going to come in here on... so I think that's it, right? That's the USS Midway right ahead. So should we go through the city here to land? Oh, Aces, that's great. Arrow 3 tailhook add-on coming up. Thunderbolt, the Corsair, even B-25s did. Oh yeah, the B-25s, that's right. Yeah, that's the attack back on Japan, right? Yeah, B-25s. How could I forget that? I'm gonna use your suggestion. That's a good suggestion. Aces down. Do it from the bottom. All right, so here we go. So we're gonna put the gear down. This is gonna be stupid. I'm just telling you right now, SimFans. This is gonna be absolutely crazy ass shit. Okay, we better not hit that building. Because we could have. Look at, there's a heliport, helicopter, landing pad. If it crashes, I'm gonna be throwing down. All right, here we go. Let's do this shit. We're gonna land it. We're gonna land it. I'm telling you right now, we're gonna do it, buddy. I've done it in DCS. I can do it in here. I've done it with the FA-18. Come on, land! Land, 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 land! No, stop! Stop, 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 stop! Oh, no! Oh, shit. Well, we tried. We tried. Hey, you know what? Cheers, SimFans. We tried it. I couldn't go any slower than that. You heard the freaking stall horn go off as we were landing. That was as slow as we could go. I mean, the plane was stalling when we landed. Oh, well. Hey, man. At least, hey, SimFans, at least we had fun, right? We at least had fun. We tried. Even though we failed, or I failed. You didn't fail. I failed. We tried. I failed. But you know what? I don't know. I'm gonna have to practice that a little bit more because I think I could do it. But I mean, you heard the stall. You heard the stall horn going off, right? I mean, that meant we were like as slow as possible. Yeah, but it didn't work. So I might have to practice that a bit with the Arrow 3. But well, all right. Well, we tried. Hey, so. All of you, thank you for joining me tonight. I had a lot of fun with all of you. Aces Down, Frank, Money, Conrad, and everyone else that's joined me tonight. I want to thank you, every individual one of you, for coming on to the stream. Please continue to join me. We'll have lots of fun. We're going to do this continuously. My channel, I'm going to do all kinds of streaming. I'm going to do tutorials. I'm going to do reviews on software, on hardware, as you've probably seen. And I'm going to do my weekly top 5 announcements every week on Sunday. Watch for that. I'm going to have one out tomorrow. But this channel is for all of us. It's not for me. It's for you. It's for all of us. So thank you again, SimFans. Blue skies, thank you for joining me. And by the way, if you ever have any kind of feedback or things that you want to see, whether it's software reviews, hardware reviews, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to see if I can get the Charlie pedals, if I can pre-order them and get them. But anything that you would like to see, please put it in the comments below. Let me know, because I want to know. So until next time, SimFans, stay safe and blue skies. We'll see you soon. Take care.